Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
In this video, you will learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in Korean. Hi everybody, my name is Sophie. Welcome to the 800 Core Korean Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in Korean. But there is a twist! With each new lesson in this series, we will include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at KoreanClass101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master Korean. Okay, let's get started. First is 안녕하세요. Hello. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Hello. 안녕하세요. 잘 지냈어요? Hello, how have you been? 안녕하세요. 잘 지냈어요? 저기요. Excuse me. 저기요. 저기요. Excuse me. 저기요. 이거 얼마예요? Excuse me, how much is this? 저기요. 이거 얼마예요? 죄송합니다. I'm sorry. 죄송합니다. 죄송합니다. I'm sorry. 죄송합니다. 오타였어요. I'm sorry, it was a typo. 죄송합니다. 오타였어요. 안녕히 주무세요. Good night. 안녕히 주무세요. 안녕히 주무세요. Good night. 할머니, 안녕히 주무세요. Good night, Grandma. 할머니, 안녕히 주무세요. 만나서 반가워요. Nice to meet you. 만나서 반가워요. 만나서 반가워요. Nice to meet you. 들어오세요. 만나서 반가워요. Please come in. Nice to meet you. 들어오세요. 만나서 반가워요. 어떻게 지내세요? How are you? 어떻게 지내세요? 어떻게 지내세요? How are you? 오랜만이네요. 어떻게 지내세요? It's been a long time. How are you? 오랜만이네요. 어떻게 지내세요? 네. Yes. 네. 네. Yes. 네, 이거로 주세요. Yes, this one please. 네, 이거로 주세요. 아니요. No. 아니요. 아니요. No. 아니요. 아직 안 먹었어요. No, I haven't eaten yet. 아니요. 아직 안 먹었어요. 고마워요. Thank you. 고마워요. 고마워요. Thank you. 초대해줘서 고마워요. Thank you very much for the invitation. 초대해줘서 고마워요. 저는 소피입니다. I'm Sophie. 저는 소피입니다. 저는 소피입니다. I'm Sophie. 저는 존입니다. I'm John. 저는 존입니다. 잘 가요. Goodbye. 잘 가요. 잘 가요. Goodbye. 잘 가요. 또 봐요. Goodbye. See you again. 잘 가요. 또 봐요. 나쁜. Bad. 나쁜. 나쁜. Bad. 나쁜 사람들을 조심하세요. Be careful of bad people. 나쁜 사람들을 조심하세요. 좋은. Good. 좋은. 좋은. Good. 우리 선생님은 좋은 사람입니다. My teacher is a good person. 우리 선생님은 좋은 사람입니다. 예쁜. Pretty. 예쁜. 예쁜. Pretty. 저는 예쁜 여자친구가 있어요. I have a pretty girlfriend. 저는 예쁜 여자친구가 있어요. 못생긴. Ugly. 못생긴. 못생긴. Ugly. 못생긴 얼굴. Ugly face. 못생긴 얼굴. 쉬운. Easy. 쉬운. 쉬운. Easy. 쉬운 시험. Easy exam. 쉬운 시험. 어려운. difficult. 어려운. 어려운. difficult. 어려운 문제. difficult problem. 어려운 문제. 가까이에 near. 가까이에 가까이에 near. 저는 대학교 가까이에 삽니다. I live near the university. 저는 대학교 가까이에 삽니다. 멀리 far. 멀리 멀리 far. 역은 여기에서 멀리 있습니다. The station is far from here. 역은 여기에서 멀리 있습니다. 작은 small. 작은 작은 small. 작은 실수 small mistake. 작은 실수. Okay, let's get started. First is 오늘. Today. 오늘. 오늘. Today. 오늘의 숙제. Today's homework. 오늘의 숙제. 어제. Yesterday. 어제. 어제. Yesterday. 어제 아침. Yesterday morning. 어제 아침. 내일. Tomorrow. 내일. 내일. Tomorrow. 내일 봐요. See you tomorrow. 내일 봐요. 주. week. 주. 주. week. 이번 주는 바빠요. I'm busy this week. 이번 주는 바빠요. 년. year. 년. 년. year. 1년. 1 year. 1년. 초. second. 초. 초. second. 1분에는 60초가 있습니다. There are 60 seconds in a minute. 1분에는 60초가 있습니다. 분, minute. 분, minute. 3분, 3 minutes. 3분. 시간, hour. 시간, hour. 저는 매일 8시간을 잡니다. I sleep for 8 hours every day. 저는 매일 8시간을 잡니다. 시계, clock. 시계, clock. 알람 시계, alarm clock. 알람 시계. 정각, o'clock. 정각, o'clock. 9시 정각에 역에서 만나요. Let's meet at the station at 9 o'clock. 9시 정각에 역에서 만나요. 달력, calendar. 달력, calendar. 달력에 우리 기념일을 적어 놨어요. I marked our anniversary on the calendar. 달력에 우리 기념일을 적어 놨어요. 월요일, Monday. 월요일, Monday. 월요일에는 회사에 가요. I go to work on Monday. 월요일에는 회사에 가요. 화요일, Tuesday. 화요일, Tuesday. 1월 1일 화요일. Tuesday, January 1st. 1월 1일 화요일. 수요일, Wednesday. 수요일, Wednesday. 18일 수요일. Wednesday, the 18th. 18일 수요일. 목요일, Thursday. 목요일. 'Thursday. 1월 3일 목요일. Thursday, January 3rd. 1월 3일 목요일 금요일 Friday 금요일 금요일 Friday 이번 주 금요일에 시간 있어요? Are you free this Friday? 이번 주 금요일에 시간 있어요? 토요일 Saturday 토요일 토요일 Saturday 토요일 밤 Saturday night 토요일 밤 일요일 Sunday 일요일 일요일 Sunday 일요일 아침 식사 Sunday morning breakfast 일요일 아침 식사 하다 do 하다 하다 do 숙제를 하다 do homework 숙제를 하다 가다 go 가다 가다 go 공원에 가다 go to the park 공원에 가다 Okay, let's get started. First is 웃다 laugh 웃다 웃다 laugh 커플이 농담에 웃었다. The couple is laughing at a joke. 커플이 농담에 웃었다. 맛있어요. Delicious. 맛있어요. 맛있어요. Delicious. 중국 음식은 맛있어요. Chinese food is delicious. 중국 음식은 맛있어요. 물 water 물 water 물 좀 마실 수 있을까요? Can I have some water, please? 물 좀 마실 수 있을까요? 차 tea 차 tea 차 한 잔 하시겠습니까? Would you like a cup of tea? 차 한 잔 하시겠습니까? 커피 coffee 커피, 커피, coffee. 커피 한 잔, cup of coffee. 커피 한 잔. 맥주, beer. 맥주, 맥주, beer. 차가운 맥주, cold beer. 차가운 맥주. 포도주, wine. 포도주, 포도주, wine. 포도주 한 잔, glass of wine. 포도주 한 잔. 쇠고기, beef. 쇠고기, 쇠고기, beef. 쇠고기 스테이크, beef steak. 쇠고기 스테이크. 닭고기, chicken. 닭고기, 닭고기, chicken. 닭고기는 튀길 수도 있고 구울 수도 있습니다. Chicken can be fried, baked, or roasted. 닭고기는 튀길 수도 있고 구울 수도 있습니다. 돼지고기, pork. 돼지고기, 돼지고기, pork. 포크는 돼지고기입니다. Pork is the meat from a pig. 포크는 돼지고기입니다. 생선, fish. 생선, 생선, fish. 닭고기와 생선 요리 중 무엇을 드시겠습니까? Chicken or fish? 닭고기와 생선 요리 중 무엇을 드시겠습니까? 양고기, lamb. 양고기, 양고기, lamb. 양고기는 대단히 맛있습니다. Lamb is extremely delicious. 양고기는 대단히 맛있습니다. 의사, doctor. 의사, 의사, doctor. 혹시 몸이 아프면 의사에게 진찰을 받으세요. If you get sick, go to the doctor. 혹시 몸이 아프면 의사에게 진찰을 받으세요. 경찰관 police officer 경찰관 police officer 경찰관에게 도움을 청할게요. I will ask a police officer for help. 경찰관에게 도움을 청할게요. 선생님, teacher, 선생님, teacher, 영어 선생님, English teacher, 영어 선생님, 직원, employee, 직원, employee, 여직원, female employee, 여직원, 오다, come, 오다, come, 여자아이가 비디오 카메라를 향해 온다. The girl came towards the video camera. 여자아이가 비디오 카메라를 향해 온다. 보다, see, 보다, see. 관광객이 일몰을 보았다. The tourist saw the sunset. 관광객이 일몰을 보았다. 만들다, make, 만들다, make. 요리사가 오렌지 주스를 만든다. The chef makes orange juice. 요리사가 오렌지 주스를 만든다. 사용하다, use, 사용하다, use. 프로그래머가 컴퓨터를 사용하고 있다. The programmer is using a computer. 프로그래머가 컴퓨터를 사용하고 있다. Okay, let's get started. First is 할 수 있다. Can. 할 수 있다. 할 수 있다. Can. 뛰어넘을 수 있다. Can jump over. 뛰어넘을 수 있다. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 숫자 0. Number 0. 숫자 0. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 1 1 1 1 1도 1 degree 1도 2 2 2 2 2 2는 제가 제일 좋아하는 숫자입니다. The number 2 is my favorite number. 2는 제가 제일 좋아하는 숫자입니다. 3 3 3 3 3 $3 $3 $3 4 4 4 4 4 숫자 4 Number 4 숫자 4 5 5 5 5 5 5도 5 degrees 5도 6 6 6 6 6 다음 달 우리는 6일 쉽니다. We have a 6-day vacation next month. 다음 달 우리는 6일 쉽니다. 7 7 7 7 7 일주일에 7일 7 days a week 일주일에 7일 8 8 8 8 8 8은 행운의 숫자입니다. 8 is a lucky number. 8은 행운의 숫자입니다. 9 9 9 9 9 9층 9 floors 9층 10 10 10 10 10 10g 10 grams 10g 판매원 salesman 판매원 판매원 salesman 자동차 판매원 car salesman 자동차 판매원 매니저 manager 매니저 매니저 manager 부서 매니저 department manager 부서 매니저 요리사 cook 요리사 요리사 cook 요리사가 계란 프라이를 하였다. The cook fried an egg. 요리사가 계란 프라이를 하였다. 엔지니어 engineer 엔지니어 엔지니어 engineer 저는 엔지니어입니다. I'm an engineer. 저는 엔지니어입니다. 프로그래머 programmer 프로그래머 프로그래머 programmer 저는 프로그래머입니다. I'm a computer programmer. 저는 프로그래머입니다. 간호사 nurse 간호사 간호사 nurse 저 여자분은 간호사입니다. The woman is a nurse. 저 여자분은 간호사입니다. 몸 body 몸 body 뚱뚱한 몸 thick body 뚱뚱한 몸 머리 head 머리 head 머리 부상은 아주 위험합니다. Head injuries are very dangerous. 머리 부상은 아주 위험합니다.
The secret to speaking more of your target language. If you're like most language learners, then above all, you want to speak and understand more of your target language. But how do you speak more when you're just starting out, when you can't yet create sentences off the top of your head? Here are some tips. let's jump into part 1, how to prepare ahead of time to speak more. So, what's the secret to speaking more of your target language? It's something called preparation. And believe it or not, you've likely used it if you've ever had to give a speech or a presentation. So, what do we mean by preparation? Imagine that you have to go open a bank account in the language that you're learning. How would you do it? You can go in there, grunt, and use body language, or you can first come up with a list of words and phrases you need to know before you go, like debit card, bank account, I want to open a bank account, and minimum balance. You may want to look up the grammar rules for how to say, I want to. Once you know these words and phrases, you translate them into your target language and you go over to the bank to open an account. Or let's say you're meeting a person for the first time. What are some things you'd say to them? Things like, what's your name? My name is, where are you from? I am from, and so on. So you prepare a list of words and phrases, all the things you'd want to say in that situation. You translate them ahead of time so that you can communicate effectively. That's preparation. And preparation works because most conversations are predictable to a degree. For example, most conversations with friends start with greetings and catching up on how you've been. And if you know the lines for greetings, catching up, and talking about your weekend, then you can easily handle such a conversation. The point is, the more you prepare, the more you learn to speak without needing a teacher. So, how do you prepare? Part 2, how to speak more through preparation. Here are some tips. If you're using our learning program, 1, take our audio and video lessons. You'll find these in our lesson library and just focus on the conversational lessons. Lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes in length, and in the first minute, you'll hear a practical conversation. For example, meeting someone new, catching up with a friend, or ordering at a restaurant. Then, our teachers break down and explain every word and grammar rule, so you can learn these lines and conversations ahead of time. Number 2, download the audio dialogue track. This gives you just the conversation. So when you finish a lesson, download it for easy review. Then make a playlist out of all of them and play the conversations on repeat. This will make them much easier to remember. Number 3, save the lesson notes. The lesson notes give you the lesson in writing, so you can read the lesson dialogue, the grammar explanations, and cultural insights for every lesson. Download and keep the notes for conversations you think are useful. For example, if you want to talk about the weather and you took a lesson on that, then download the lesson notes for that lesson. Now, if you're looking to prepare ahead of time for specific topics, then do this next one. Number 4, use our free PDF conversation cheat sheets. These conversation cheat sheets teach you words and phrases for all kinds of common conversation topics, like weather, hobbies, family, plans, and much more. You can prepare for the most common conversations with these cheat sheets. If you want to access our free conversation cheat sheets, leave a comment down below and we'll give you the link. Number 5, look up lesson topics in our lesson library. If you want to open a bank account or eat at a certain restaurant and you don't know how to talk about these topics, find a lesson about it in our lesson library. Number 6, if you're a Premium Plus user, simply ask your teacher to point you to lessons for certain topics, or even better, ask them for potential lines, and you can even practice speaking. Just record yourself, send it in, and your teacher will provide you feedback on what to say and how. Number 7, do it the old school way. Sit down, think of a topic you want to talk about. Make a list of all the words you think you need, all the phrases you want to say or may hear in that conversation. Then, translate those words and phrases into your target language. So let's recap. Most conversations are predictable. You can prepare ahead of time by thinking of all the words and lines you'll need for various conversations. And you can prepare with 1, our audio and video lessons, 2, conversation tracks, 3, lesson notes, 4, free PDF cheat sheets, 5, by looking up specific topics in the lesson library, 6, asking your Premium Plus teacher, and 7, by manually coming up with a list of the words and phrases and translating them. Learning to carry a conversation is vital to mastery of any language. Even beginners can quickly learn conversational language well enough to carry on real conversations with native speakers. Of course, beginners won't be able to carry a conversation the same way they could in their native language. But just knowing a few tips, like which questions to ask to keep a conversation going, are all you need to speak and interact with real native speakers. Before we get to specific suggestions, let's first take a closer look at how having real conversations in your target language is so vital to your mastery of the language. Communicating with other people is the very point of language, and conversation comes easily in our native tongue. For beginners or anyone learning a new language, conversations aren't easy at all, and even simple greetings can be intimidating and awkward. Nothing kills a conversation faster than long periods of awkward silence, so you need practice and specific strategies to avoid them. When you know what to say to keep a conversation going, communication becomes much easier, and you make a better impression on your listener. Nothing will help you learn to speak a language faster and truly master the language than having real conversations with native speakers. Conversations quickly expose you to slang, cultural expressions, and vocabulary that force you to absorb and assimilate information faster than any educational setting. And that's a great thing. But how can you possibly have real conversations with real people if you're just starting out? Here are 3 proven methods that even beginners can quickly use to learn conversational language to make a great impression and avoid awkward silences. First, ask questions to keep a conversation going. For beginners and even more advanced speakers, the key is to ask questions to keep a conversation going. Of course, they can't be just random questions, or else you may confuse the listener. But by memorizing a few key questions and the appropriate time to use them, you can easily carry a conversation with minimal vocabulary or experience. And remember, the more conversations you have, the quicker you will learn and master the language. Second, learn core vocabulary terms as quickly as possible. You don't need to memorize thousands of words to learn conversational language. In fact, with just a couple hundred words, you could have a very basic conversation. And by learning maybe 1,000 to 2,000 words, you could carry a conversation with a native speaker about current events, order in restaurants, and even get directions. To help you get started with this, check out our 2,000 common words, also known as our core list. These 2,000 words are all you need to learn to speak fluently and carry a conversation with a native speaker. Third, study video or audio lessons that you can play and replay again and again. If you want to know how to carry on a conversation, then you need exposure to native speakers, and the more, the better. Studying video or audio lessons is ideal because they provide contextualized learning in your native language, and you can play them again and again until you achieve mastery. Our instructors have created more than 2,500 video and audio lessons that you can play over and over. And the best part is, they don't just teach you vocabulary and grammar. They are designed to help you learn to speak and teach you practical everyday topics like shopping, ordering, and more. Although it may seem intimidating for a beginner, the truth is that it's very easy to learn conversational language. Just learn a few core vocabulary terms and which questions to ask to keep a conversation going. Our language learning program has the world's largest online collection of video and audio lessons by real instructors, plus tons of advanced tools to help you learn to speak and carry on a conversation quickly. Just a little practice and exposure to real conversations or lessons is all it really takes. So, if you're ready to finally learn a new language the fast, fun, and easy way, sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Signing up takes less than 30 seconds, and you'll start speaking from your very first lesson. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! You've studied for a while and are ready to talk to people and practice what you've learned. But where do you start? Starting a conversation in a new language can seem a bit intimidating. How do you just jump into it? In this video, we'll look at 5 ways to start conversations. Number 1. Introduce yourself in your target language. This is usually one of the first things you learn when you start studying a new language. And sometimes, starting a conversation, or continuing one, is as simple as introducing yourself. Number 2. Talking about the weather. This is a universal talking point. People talk about the weather all over the world. And just saying, "It's really nice today," is enough to start a conversation. A great way to practice your weather conversation skills is to check out our Can-Do lesson pathway. This series of lessons teaches you how to talk about the weather in your target language. Number 3. Give compliments. Compliments are a great way to start a conversation. You can compliment something about your conversation partner's city, country, or something specific to them personally. Hey, your bag is super cute, or that ice cream looks delicious. These kinds of compliments can lead to further conversation about what you complimented. In this case, it could be fashion or a local restaurant. This is a great way to make quick connections with people. Number 4, ask for help. For example, you can ask for directions, ask about prices, or request recommendations for restaurants or shopping spots, and let the conversation go from there. People are usually happy to lend a helping hand to tourists who are visiting their city. Number 5, learn phrases for transactions. This can include getting a room at a hotel, or telling a taxi driver where to go. When you're traveling overseas, you'll need to talk to other people in your target language. And while this might be a bit scary at first, you'll find that the people you meet are just happy that you're trying to communicate with them. So get started talking in your target language now. For even more tips on how to start conversations, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Do you want to have access to tons of language lessons, but you don't want to have to buy more textbooks? In this video, you'll learn 6 ways you can get language lessons for free. This video will cover ways to get our audio and video lessons on a regular basis, so you can work on improving your language skills. You can use these anywhere, anytime. All right, let's take a look at how to get access. First, right on our website. New lessons come out every single week, Mondays, Tuesdays, and video lessons on Fridays. Access them all in the Lessons drop-down menu on the site. Click on Newest Lessons. If you're on the go, you're going to work, driving, or running errands, you can easily learn with your mobile device. And that brings us to our next tip. Second, get lessons on the Innovative Language app. If you're an iPhone, iPad, or Android user, learn on the go with the Innovative Language 101 app. Download it for free. After you download the app, you can keep up with all the latest lessons. There is a Newest Lessons icon right on the home screen, and it gives you instant access to your free lessons anywhere, anytime. Just look for Innovative Language 101 on the App Store or Google Play. The third way is the Apple TV app. You can learn on the big screen. Turn on your TV and access all of your audio and video lessons. You can learn at home, keep the lessons playing, and immerse yourself all day long with the Innovative Language 101 app. Look for it on the Apple TV App Store. Now, this one is useful for only Apple TV subscribers, but if you're not an Apple TV subscriber, don't worry. The fourth way, get lessons with our iTunes feed. iTunes can download your lessons automatically and have them saved forever. You get every single lesson as it comes out. You'll never miss one. They're saved in your iTunes. Simply search for us on iTunes and subscribe. Fifth is the Daily Dose of Language app. This is for the iPhone, iPad, and Android. With this, you get bite-sized lessons sent to your device every day. Each day, you get a notification that your daily dose of language is here. Doing the lesson takes just a minute. These aren't our full-sized audio and video lessons, but these 1-minute lessons will help you build a habit of learning daily. Find the Daily Dose of Language app on the App Store or Google Play. The sixth way is with our brand new Alexa skill. If you own an Amazon Echo, Dot, or Show, or are planning to get one, you'll want the Daily Dose by Innovative Language. Find it in the Amazon Skill Store. With it, you get new audio lessons and vocab lessons every day across all 34 languages. If you're ready to start learning a new language, these 6 tips can help you get started learning with our language learning program. Just pick which way works best for you and get started learning today. There are so many ways to start learning for free. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! How to improve your language and speak more through preparation. Okay, let's get into part 1. Why you should prepare for conversations ahead of time. If you're a beginner, you can probably relate to this. When it comes to speaking, you tend to run out of things to say. And that's because you don't know enough of the language to express yourself. And that's where preparation comes in. You may think that the conversations we have in our daily lives are spontaneous, that you can't prepare for them. You're right to an extent. But imagine meeting someone for the first time. Both of you will go through some common questions and phrases, like, what's your name? My name is, where are you from? And how long have you been studying the language? As a language learner, you'll have these kinds of conversations with almost every native you meet, guaranteed. They'll always ask you about how long and how you've been learning. And even with your friends, some conversations start the same way. For example, you say things like, hey, how are you? How are things? How was your weekend? My weekend was good, and you? Let's say you went to a restaurant this weekend, and now you want to talk about it. Well, that allows you to prepare and learn some phrases, like, I went to a restaurant. The restaurant had delicious food. The point is, some questions and phrases come up often in conversations, so it makes total sense to master them ahead of time. And you can always plan ahead and prepare for things you want to talk about. When it comes time to speak, you know what to say, how to respond, and you don't run out of talking points as quickly. So, how do you prepare? Let's jump into part 2. The first thing you can do to prepare is check out our 25 questions you need to know lesson series. This series is specifically designed to help you with the first-time conversations you'll have with native speakers. You'll learn the 25 most common questions and answers used in conversations. Just listen to the lessons, repeat out loud, then put what you learned to use. These will serve as talking points so you can keep your conversations going. Number 2, print out the curriculum for this lesson series so you can review all of the lessons at once. The curriculum gives you the lines and vocabulary used in all lessons up front, so you can use this to review key questions and responses. This will allow you to control conversations and ask questions instead of just having the native speaker ask you all the questions. In other words, you'll sound like a fluid, confident, and experienced speaker. Number 3, check out our printable conversation cheat sheets. This is another free resource that gives you lines and words for all kinds of topics. For example, talking about hobbies, your family, and much more. Number 4, ask yourself, what do you want to talk about? Come up with some topics, and for each topic, write out potential questions and phrases that would come up in a conversation. For example, if you want to talk about restaurants, you can have lines like, my favorite restaurant is, my favorite food is, what's your favorite restaurant? And then run these lines through a translation app. It won't be perfect, but it'll give you lines to use that you can correct later. Number 5, look for lessons that are related to your topics with our lesson library. On our site, we have hundreds of lessons that teach you conversations. So if you're looking for lessons related to restaurants and food, you'll get all kinds of conversations that you can use for yourself. And number 6, if you're a Premium Plus user, get in touch with your teacher via My Teacher and try a conversation with them. They'll help you every step of the way, correct your writing, and give you the lines to use in a conversation. That way, you can prepare ahead of time, and when it comes time to speak, you'll know what to say. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. If you're like most language learners, then your #1 goal is to speak more, right? You want to have fluid conversations with natives. It's a great goal to have. But for most language learners, speaking also happens to be their weakest skill. You may not know enough of the language to express yourself. You tend to run out of words and things to say. And you're just not sure how to start conversations. If you have at least one of these issues, then talking points are just what you need. Part 1. What's a talking point? A talking point is a topic that invites discussion or argument. In other words, just something to talk about. It could be about yourself, your work, your hobbies, the weather, food, or what you did this past weekend. All of these are talking points. Here's an example to help you better understand talking points. Think of a conversation you'd have with a friend. You can ask, "What did you do this weekend?" They'll reply and then ask you back. The talking point here is the weekend. Let's say your friend says they went to a restaurant. That's a natural talking point to explore next. You can ask, "What kind of restaurants do you like?" Now you've covered 2 talking points. The more talking points you have, the more you can speak. And the same goes for your target language. The only challenge is you need to know the relevant words and phrases for that topic. For example, If you want to talk about the weekend, you need to know phrases and questions like, what did you do this weekend? I did this. What about you? In the next part, you'll discover 5 easy talking points that you can master with our learning program. Let's get into part 2. Part 2, 5 talking points you can use. The first one is, learn how to introduce yourself in your target language. Why is this a powerful talking point? Introducing yourself is something you'll do again and again, every time you meet someone new. So learning the relevant phrases is a must. If you've done the first few lessons on our site, you can already do this. If not, then check out our absolute beginner lessons and the top 25 questions you must know lessons. You'll learn basic conversations with our quick 3 to 15-minute lessons. We'll give you the exact lines to use, along with the translations, so that you can use them in conversations. You can also use this talking point to continue a conversation. For example, if you've started with a different point, like the weather, then it makes sense to say, by the way, my name is. Talking point number 2, the weather. This is a universal talking point. People like to talk or complain about the weather all over the world. In fact, just saying, it's really nice today, is enough to start a conversation with a native speaker. If you want to talk about the weather, check out our can-do lesson pathway called Can Talk About Weather. You'll find this pathway in the absolute beginner level of our lesson library. Talking point number 3, compliments. Compliments are another great way to start a conversation or continue one. If you're running out of things to say, you can quickly transition and say something about their city, their country, or just, hey, I like your shirt. If you want to learn how to compliment, check out our compliments phrase list. This list is free to access for all users. If you don't know where to find it on our site, leave a comment in the comments below and we'll follow up. Point number 4, ask for help. For example, you can ask for directions or about the price and let the conversation go from there. These are very basic phrases that you learn in our survival phrases lessons. If you want to strike up a quick dialogue, this is a great talking point to use. Point number 5, learn phrases for transactions, like getting a room at a hotel, shopping, ordering food, or telling the taxi driver where to go. You may think that this isn't much of a talking point, but for the learners that are shy about talking to random native speakers for no reason, this is an easy way to start a dialogue. You have a good excuse. You want to buy something, so the staff will be happy to respond. Again, you learn all of these with our survival phrases lessons. Okay, let's move on to our last part. Part 3, how to get our conversation cheat sheets. Lastly, I'm going to tell you how to get our collection of conversation cheat sheets for free. With these cheat sheets, you'll be able to talk about all kinds of topics: travel, hobbies, dating, family, weather, and much more, which means you can master a lot of talking points and speak more of your target language. If you'd like to get these cheat sheets, please leave us a comment in the comment section.
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
10 phrases to help you in an emergency. Let's begin. 경찰을 불러주세요. Call the police, please. So 경찰 means policeman, and 불러주세요 means please call. So when you're in an emergency and if you want someone to call police over the phone or in person, you can say 경찰을 불러주세요. Call the police, please. You can also, if you need an ambulance, you can say ambulance를 불러주세요 by replacing the word 경찰 here and say ambulance를 불러주세요 or 구급차를 불러주세요, which means call me the ambulance, please. So if you can make a call, you can call 112 to call a police or 119 to call a fire truck or ambulance. 열이 나나요? Do you have a fever? So here we have the word 열, which means fever. It can be any kind of heat, like it can be also, you can also use it to mean the heat from fire. But when you talk about your health, like body condition, 열 can mean fever. So when you go to a hospital, you might hear this question in Korean, and you can say 예 to mean yes or 아니요 to mean no. 여권을 잃어버렸어요. I lost my passport. So 여권 literally means the book for travel, because 여 is the Chinese character meaning travel, and 권 is kind of the counter for books. So 여권 means passport, and when you lost your passport, before or after you call your embassy, you also have to report it to a police. So that case, when you go to a police station, you can say 여권을 잃어버렸어요. 잃어버렸어요 or 잃어버리다 is the verb meaning to lost. So you can actually say you lost something using this pattern. Say, 우산을 잃어버렸어요. I lost my umbrella. 가방을 잃어버렸어요. I lost my bag. 뭔가 잘못 먹은 것 같아요. I think I ate something bad. It's a little bit long phrase to remember, but I think this is kind of polite way to say I ate something bad. If you don't want to hurt anyone, I think this is a phrase that you can use at a hospital or even at a restaurant. So 뭔가 at the beginning of the sentence here means something. 잘못 means wrong, wrongly, and 먹은 것 같아요 means I think I ate something. So here we have the verb 같아요, which means I think, it seems like, and it makes your sentence indirect and also polite. So you'll be able to see a lot of expressions in Korean have this kind of ending, like 같아요, so that it doesn't sound direct, a little bit softer, and also polite. 의사가 필요해요. I need a doctor. So when you need a medical help, you can use this phrase to say, I need a doctor. 의사가 필요해요. Here, 의사 means a doctor, and you can also put any other words too. For example, 도움이 필요해요, which means I need a help. The particle 가 should be changed depending on the noun. So if you don't want to worry about the particle because you really need a help right now, but not make any grammatical mistake, you can just keep saying particle and just say 의사 필요해요. I need a doctor. 도움 필요해요. I need help. It doesn't sound 100% natural, but it means clear. Anyways. 호텔로 돌아가는 길을 못 찾겠어요. I can't find the way back to my hotel. If you are looking for some guest house and hotels with reasonable prices, you'll be able to find many of them in north part of Seoul, which has a longer history than south part of Seoul. That also means that the roads are kind of smaller and not easy to find because it's been there for like 600, 700 years. So in that case, I recommend you to get a name card of your hotel when you check in, so that other Korean people can help you, because there are a lot of guest hotels, guest houses, which are new. Korean people might not be able to, find it if they just hear the name only. So I think it's better to get the name card at the check-in desk when you arrive at the hotel. 이 근처에 약국 있나요? Is there a pharmacy nearby? So we have the noun 약국 here. 약 means medicine, and 국 is something like store. So 약국 means pharmacy. I think you'll be able to easily find a pharmacy in Korea, but when it's on weekends, it might not easy to find one nearby. So I think before you go to a pharmacy on your map, on your smartphone, I think it's better to call them. If they answer, that means they're open. So you can just go there or ask the front desk staff to call them or check it for you to see if they're open, because many times half of them will be closed. So I think it's better to check it in advance. And if you just need some simple medicine, I think you can also check out the convenience store nearby. I think they have some medicines there too. 좀 도와주실래요? Can you help me? To say can you help me, you can just say 도와주실래요? But here we have the word 좀, which means a little, like, a few. Because if you use that at the beginning of your question or request, you recast the question will be very polite. So even if you don't want to say, can you help me a little bit? Like by using the word 좀, you can make your request much more polite. 길을 잃었어요. I'm lost. So here we have the word 길, which means street. So it literally means I lost what street I am, something like that. If you just simply say 잃었어요 to mean I'm lost, it means I lost something. So if you want to say I am lost because I don't know where I am, make sure to say 길을 at the beginning and say 길을 잃었어요. 영어 하세요? Do you speak English? It literally means do you do English, but when you want to ask someone if someone speaks English, this 하세요, the verb meaning to do, make your question more natural. So you can say 영어 하세요 to mean do you speak English, or if you want to ask another language, for example, 중국어, Chinese, you can say 중국어 하세요, do you speak Chinese? 5 sentence patterns for beginners. Let's begin. 제 이름은 입니다. My name is. So after you say 제 이름은, which means my name is, you can just put your name and say 입니다. 입니다 is the word meaning to be. So unlike English, you have to put your name in the middle of the sentence. So for example, my name is 재휘, so I can say 제 이름은 재휘입니다. My name is 재휘. 제 이름은 재휘입니다. My name is 재휘. 저는 입니다. I am. So I think this is kind of the magic sentence pattern. You can put anything in there. You can even put the name of your job. You can also put your nationality, like ethnic group, or anything in there, because that literally means I am something. So for example, if you are, let's say, from the UK, you can say 저는 영국 사람입니다 by using the word 영국 사람, which means British, or literally means the person from the UK. And if your job is a student, you can say 저는 학생입니다 using the noun 학생, which means a student. So you just, put anything in there. Just say 저는, which means I am, and then put a noun and say 입니다, which means to be. 어디예요? Where is? So when you want to see where something is, you just have to put the noun about the place at the beginning and say 어디예요? Make sure to raise the tone at the end of sentence, as in 어디예요, not 어디예요. It's because when you say 어디예요, it becomes a question, but if you say 어디예요, it becomes a statement. So make sure to say 어디예요 when you ask a question. So if you are in a park and if you want to know where a restroom is, you can use the noun 화장실, which means restroom, and then just say 어디예요? 화장실 어디예요? Where's the restroom? 저는 에 살아요. I live in. So like English, you have to put the name of the place in the middle of the sentence. So if you live in Seoul, Seoul in Korean, you can say 저는 서울에 살아요. 저는 서울에 살아요. So simply say 저는, which means I do, I am, and then name of the place and say 에 살아요. Here 에 is the particle for location. If you put the particle 에 right after the place name, it becomes in Seoul, for example, like as in 서울에. For sure, like in many cases, you can just keep saying particle and just say 저는 서울 살아요. But it sounds a little bit not natural, so it's better to use the particle 에 if you can remember it correctly. 저는 좋아해요. I like. So 좋아해요 is the verb meaning to like something. So if you like something, you just say 저는 and the object and just say 좋아해요, which means I like something. So for example, if you like 한국, Korea, everything about Korea, you can say 저는 한국 좋아해요. I like Korea. I think this is the magic word to make more Korean friends when you see someone for the first time. If you like something else, like let's say 갈비, which is kind of marinated beef or pork, you can say 저는 갈비 좋아해요. I like 갈비, the marinated beef or pork. 20 travel phrases you should know. Let's begin. 고마워요. Thank you. I think if you just have to remember just one phrase before you travel to Korea, I think this is the phrase that you should know. 고마워요. There are different phrases meaning thank you. For example, 감사합니다, which is more formal, something like I appreciate. But 고마워요 can be used in general for any like casual or formal situation. For example, 저쪽에 가시면 화장실이 있어요. The toilet is over there. And you can just say 고마워요. Thank you. Just for your tip, in Korea, it's mandatory to open a bathroom on the first floor of every building. So if you don't know where you can find a restroom, you just go to any big building around you, and then you'll be able to see a restroom open to public on the first floor of each building. 저기요, excuse me. If you want to ask how to get to a restroom around you, you can just say 저기요, 화장실은 어디에 있어요? Excuse me, where's the toilet? And then you can say 고마워요 to thank you after getting the answer. 얼마입니까? How much is it? 얼마입니까 sounds a little bit formal, so if you want to go a little bit casual, you can also say 얼마예요? How much is it? You're at a store like for clothing and you find a very good clothing for you, but there's no price tag. Then in this case, you can say 얼마입니까? 얼마예요? Meaning how much is this? 기차역이 어디예요? Where's the train station? Here we have the noun 기차역, meaning train station, and you can replace it with the other noun saying 화장실이 어디예요? Where's the toilet? Or 지하철역이 어디예요? Where's the subway station? 와이파이 인터넷은 무료인가요? Is the Wi-Fi free? So here we have the word Wi-Fi internet, or simply you can also say Wi-Fi to mean Wi-Fi. If you go to any cafe like Starbucks, let's say you buy a coffee, then you can get a receipt, and on the receipt you can find a Wi-Fi password. Checking it, you can ask them saying Wi-Fi는 무료인가요? Or Wi-Fi 인터넷은 무료인가요? Meaning, is the Wi-Fi free? 이거로 할게요. I'd like this. 이걸로 할게요. I like this. Here we have the noun 이거, meaning this. If you want to say that thing, you can say 저거로 할게요. I'd like that. 메뉴판 좀 주실래요? Could we have the menu, please? 메뉴판 좀 주실래요? Could we have the menu, please? You can just simply say menu and say 메뉴 좀 주실래요 to mean the same thing. This is very polite expression, so I recommend you to use that. And if you need something else, you can just replace 메뉴판 with something else. For example, 물 좀 주실래요? Could we have water, please? Or 김치 좀 주실래요? Could we have kimchi, please? 추천해 주시겠어요? Do you have any recommendations? If you're not sure what to have at the restaurant, you can just say 추천해 주시겠어요? Do you have any recommendations? If you're not sure what to order at a Korean restaurant, I would highly recommend you try 불고기, which is kind of seasoned beef with soy sauce and sugar. So it's a little bit salty, but also sweet, but not spicy. 불고기를 추천합니다. I recommend 불고기. 땅콩 알러지가 있어요. I'm allergic to peanuts. If you're allergic to peanuts, you can just say 땅콩 알러지가 있어요. If you're allergic to something else, you can just say something 알러지가 있어요. For example, if you're allergic to cats, you can just replace 땅콩 with 고양이, which means cat, and say 고양이 알러지가 있어요. I'm allergic to cats. 채식 메뉴 있어요? Do you have any vegetarian dishes? Although many Korean dishes use a lot of vegetables, it's not easy to find something only for vegetarians. So it's better to ask, 채식 메뉴 있어요? Do you have any vegetarian dishes? Before you order something at a Korean restaurant. Or if you want to try a traditional Korean dish but without any beef or meat, you can just say 고기 빼고 주세요, which means please make dish without meat. 계산서 주세요. Could I have the check? If you want to pay for your dish, you can just ask 계산서 주세요. 카드 돼요? Do you take credit card? 카드 돼요? Do you take credit card? Almost all the restaurants, they accept credit cards. So even if you don't have any Korean currency, it's okay to just go to a restaurant and just pay by your credit card. 사진 좀 찍어주실래요? Could you take a picture of me, please? So if you're alone, but if you want to take a picture of you with something beautiful, you can just ask 사진 좀 찍어주실래요? 금연석으로 주세요. I'd like to have a non-smoking seat, please. Actually, you don't have to ask this question anymore because since 2015, all restaurants in South Korea became non-smoking, like smoking-free. But you can use the pattern to ask something else. For example, 창가 근처로 주세요. I'd like to have a window seat. 할인해 주실 수 있어요? Could you give me a discount? Simply, you can also say 할인해 주세요, which means please give me a discount. When you are at a Korean traditional market, I think it's mandatory to ask this question because usually they expect their customers to ask this question. So it's better to ask the question it's kind of fun to get some discount. So in the case, you can say 할인해 줄 수 있어요? Could you give me a discount? Or 할인해 주세요. Please give me a discount. 지도 좀 주실래요? Could I get a map? It's possible to not have any internet connection on your phone, so you need a map. In that case, you can just go to a tourist information center where you can find almost every tourist spot in South Korea and just say 지도 좀 주실래요? Could I get a map? 예약했어요. I have a reservation. So when you step into a hotel, when you step into a guest house, the staff will ask you like 예약하셨어요? Did you make a reservation? Then you can say 예약했어요. I made a reservation. I have a reservation. 물 주세요. Water please. This is very simple pattern. Like you can just replace 물 with something else. 김치 주세요. 김치 please. 주세요 can be used for any situations. It sounds polite, but still a little bit casual. If you want to be really polite, you can also say something 주시겠어요? 물 주시겠어요? 김치 주시겠어요? That means could you please give me something? But for most of the cases, you can just remember 주세요 and say something 주세요 to mean something please. 영어 할 줄 아세요? Do you speak English? Simply, you can also say 영어 하세요. It literally means do you do English? But it can mean do you speak English? You know, if someone says something in Korean and you want to ask the person to repeat this question in English, you can just say 영어로 말해주세요. Please say that in English. 괜찮아요. It's okay. So in Korean, it's better to say something indirectly if you want to be polite. So if you want to say no, it's better to say 괜찮아요, which literally means it's okay, but it can be translated as no. So for example, if someone asks you to buy something, you can just say 괜찮아요 to mean no. It's better than saying 아니에요, which means no, literally, because it sounds too direct, and so therefore it sounds a little bit rude.
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
Top 10 phrases to survive at the station. Let's begin. 에 가고 싶은데요. I'd like to go to. 에 가고 싶은데요. I'd like to go to. Here we have the particle 에, which we call a location marking particle. In English, like when you say to the station, the to indicates the location, right? The same thing happens in Korea. Like if you just use the particle 에, that indicates the location. So for example, like if you want to say to Seoul Station, you can say 서울역, the name of the Seoul Station in Korean, and say 에, the location marking particle, 서울역에, to Seoul Station. So if you ask a question using this phrase, 어디에 가고 싶은데요? I'd like to go somewhere. You might hear some answers, and one of them might be 이 버스를 타세요. Please take this bus. 여기가 가는 플랫폼 맞나요? Is this the right platform for? 여기가 여기가 가는 플랫폼 맞나요? Is this the right platform for? So between 여기가 and 가는, you can just put your destination. So for example, 여기가 종로 가는 플랫폼 맞나요? Is this the right platform for 종로? It's because sometimes, you know, in a subway station, you'll see two platforms on the other side. Sometimes you might need to check if you're on the right platform or not. And then if it is right, you hear 네, 맞아요. Yes, it is. Or you might hear 아니요, 반대편 플랫폼으로 가세요, which means that no, go to the other platform, please. 막차는 언제 있어요? What time is the last train? 막차는 언제 있어요? What time is the last train? 막차 is the word meaning last train or last bus because it literally means the last car. So you might hear all different hours, but sometimes people might tell you that 자정에 있어요. It is at midnight. If you're in Seoul, you don't have to worry about 막차, last car, when you take a bus because, you know, it runs 24/7. So you don't have to worry about it that much. 가려면 어디에서 갈아타요? Where do I change for? 가려면 어디에서 갈아타요? Where do I change for? So before this expression, you can just put your destination. For example, 서울역에 가려면 어디에서 갈아타요? Where do I change for Seoul Station? The good thing about Korean subway system is that the transfer is for free, like no matter what line you take. As long as it's under the subway system, you don't have to worry about paying too much when you transfer to the other line. So for example, if you say 시청 가려면 어디에서 갈아타요? Where do I change for the city hall? People might say that 서울역에서 갈아타세요. Please change at the Seoul station. 기차역이 어디예요? Where is the train station? 기차역이 어디예요? Where is the train station? If you're a fan of Google Maps, you have to remember that Google Maps sometimes doesn't work well in Korea because of the laws and regulations. So you might have to ask sometimes where something is because the Google Map might not show something clearly. In that case, you can say 기차역이 어디예요? Where's the train station? And there will be a lot of kind people who might say 이쪽으로 따라오세요. Please follow me this way. 표는 어디에서 사요? Where can I buy a ticket? 표는 어디에서 사요? Where can I buy a ticket? If you're new to Korea, there might be a lot of things that you have to learn from the very beginning. One of them is where to buy tickets. If you're not sure where to buy your ticket, you can say 표는 어디에서 사요? 표 is the word meaning ticket. And you might hear something like 저기 승차권 발매기가 있어요. The ticket machines are over there. Or if you live in South Korea, I think it's better to just buy a transportation card, which is known as T-money. In that case, you don't have to worry about buying a ticket. 까지 얼마예요? How much is it to? 까지 얼마예요? How much is it to? So before this expression, you can just put your destination. For example, 서울역까지 얼마예요? How much is it to Seoul Station? Then you hear something like 3,000원입니다. It's 3,000 won. These days, you don't have to talk to anyone. Actually, you just go to a vending machine and just press your destination, then it's going to show you the price. But if you want to check something before you go to the station, you can just ask 서울역까지 얼마예요? How much is it to Seoul Station? 이 버스 가나요? Does this bus go to? 이 버스 가나요? Does this bus go to? And then you can just say your destination. 이 버스 means this bus, and 가나요 means is it going? In most cases, you just have to put the phrases saying the transportation method, like 이 버스, this bus, or 이 지하철, this subway, and then just say 가나요, is it going? If you want to know if the bus or if the subway car goes to a specific destination. For example, if you want to go to 롯데월드, the amusement park, you can say 이 버스 롯데월드 가나요? You just put the destination in the middle. Does this bus go to 롯데월드? And if the bus is going, you will hear 네, 갑니다. Yes, it is going. 버스 정류장이 어디예요? Where is the bus stop? 버스 정류장이 어디예요? Where is the bus stop? When you are looking for bus stop, just look at the middle of the street because in many cases, they have a special lane for buses. It's not on the side. For some cases, it's in the middle. And when you ask this kind of question, you hear something like 길 건너편에 있어요. It's across the street. 기차가 늦네요. The train's running late. 기차가 늦네요. The train's running late. Here we have the word 기차, which means a train. If the person knows it'll be coming soon, you'll hear 곧 올 거예요. It will arrive soon.
In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
서점에서 여자가 점원에게 무언가를 부탁하고 있습니다. 그 여자는 어떤 책을 보고 싶어 합니까? 죄송합니다. 그 선반에 있는 책을 보고 싶습니다.
어떤 책이요?
자동차에 대한 책이요.
잠시만 기다려주세요. 이거요?
네, 맞아요.
여기 있습니다.
그 여자는 어떤 책을 보고 싶어 합니까? 서점에서 여자가 점원에게 무언가를 부탁하고 있습니다. 그 여자는 어떤 책을 보고 싶어 합니까? 죄송합니다. 그 선반에 있는 책을 보고 싶습니다.
어떤 책이요?
자동차에 대한 책이요.
잠시만 기다려주세요. 이거요?
네, 맞아요.
여기 있습니다.
남자와 여자가 레스토랑에서 메뉴를 보고 있습니다. 남자는 무엇을 주문했습니까?
무엇을 주문할 거예요?
이 피자 맛있어 보여요. 이걸로 할게요.
전 어제 피자를 먹어서.
그럼 이 햄버거는 어때요?
좋아요. 그걸로 할게요.
남자는 무엇을 주문했습니까? 남자와 여자가 레스토랑에서 메뉴를 보고 있습니다. 남자는 무엇을 주문했습니까?
무엇을 주문할 거예요?
이 피자 맛있어 보여요. 이걸로 할게요.
전 어제 피자를 먹어서.
그럼 이 햄버거는 어때요?
좋아요. 그걸로 할게요.
남자가 병원에 전화를 하고 있습니다. 남자는 몇 시까지 병원에 가야 합니까? 여보세요. 무엇을 도와드릴까요?
오늘 문 여는 시간이 어떻게 되나요?
6시까지입니다. 하지만 5시 30분까지 와주세요.
네,
남자는 몇 시까지 병원에 가야 합니까? 남자가 병원에 전화를 하고 있습니다. 남자는 몇 시까지 병원에 가야 합니까? 여보세요. 무엇을 도와드릴까요?
오늘 문 여는 시간이 어떻게 되나요?
6시까지입니다. 하지만 5시 30분까지 와주세요.
네,
남자아이가 자신의 일기장을 읽고 있습니다. 남자아이가 오늘 가장 처음 한 일은 무엇입니까?
오늘은 날씨가 매우 좋았다. 나는 오후에 수영장에 갔다. 그리고 나는 저녁에 영화를 보러 갔다. 또 아침에 나는 공부를 했다. 오늘은 매우 좋은 하루였다.
남자아이가 오늘 가장 처음 한 일은 무엇입니까? 남자아이가 자신의 일기장을 읽고 있습니다. 남자아이가 오늘 가장 처음 한 일은 무엇입니까?
오늘은 날씨가 매우 좋았다. 나는 오후에 수영장에 갔다. 그리고 나는 저녁에 영화를 보러 갔다. 또 아침에 나는 공부를 했다. 오늘은 매우 좋은 하루였다.
여자와 남자가 사진을 보고 있습니다. 어떤 사진을 보고 있습니까? 이거 너네 아들 축구팀 사진이지? 누가 너네 아들이야?
이 아이,
아, 팀에서 키가 가장 크네.
나보다도 키가 더 커.
어떤 사진을 보고 있습니까? 여자와 남자가 사진을 보고 있습니다. 어떤 사진을 보고 있습니까? 이거 너네 아들 축구팀 사진이지? 누가 너네 아들이야?
이 아이,
아, 팀에서 키가 가장 크네.
나보다도 키가 더 커. Top 10 phrases your parents always say. Let's begin. 조심해. Be careful. 조심해. Be careful. Yeah, I think, you hear that not only from your parents, but almost from everyone. Like when you're about to do something very stupid or very like dangerous, then your friends or your parents might say that 조심해. Be careful. 조용히 해. Be quiet. 조용히 해. Be quiet. I never heard this phrase in my life because I'm always like try to be quiet. But like, sometimes I feel like I want some parents say this 조용히 해 to their kids at a restaurant or at some theater, because some parents just let their kids do whatever they want to do. So I sometimes want to say that for their parents, like saying 조용히 해, be quiet. 얌전히 있어, behave. 얌전히 있어, behave. So 얌전히 means something like not making trouble, like just being calm, and 있어 means just be, like something. So it means something like, do not make in trouble, or like just be there as you are. 숙제해, do your homework. 숙제해, do your homework. So here we have the word 숙제, meaning homework. 해 is kind of the word meaning do something, because 하다 is the verb meaning to do. If you just say noun plus 해, that means that do something. So for example, 공부해, do study. 숙제해, do your homework. That kind of pattern. 가서 자, go to bed. 가서 자, go to bed. I heard this a lot when I was a kid, because when I was in elementary school, the internet was introduced to public, and I got a chance to use that. I really liked it, so I remember I used it until 2 a.m. even when I was in elementary school. So I heard this phrase a lot. 가서 자, go to bed. 세까지 센다. I'm going to count to 3. 세까지 센다. I'm going to count to 3. I think it's a very common phrase that Korean parents use. 세까지 센다. 하나, 둘, 셋. Or something like that. So 셋 here means the number 3. So it literally means, okay, I'm going to count to 3. 그만해. Stop. 그만해. Stop. So 그만 here is the adverb meaning right there, like right at the edge or right there. And 해 means do. So it sounds something like don't do more than that. Like just stop there. So if you're arguing with your parents and if you say something bad, then your parents might say 그만해. Or if you keep doing something stupid, then you might hear the phrase 그만해. 장난 아니야. I'm not kidding. 장난 아니야. I'm not kidding. So here 장난 means something like play, joke. So it literally means it's not a play, it's not a joke. If your parents think you don't take their advice seriously, then they might say 장난 아니야. I'm not kidding. 당장 텔레비전 꺼. Turn the TV off now. 당장 텔레비전 꺼. Turn the TV off now. I think this is kind of the old phrase because I have some friends who are married and they say that their kids really love watching something on YouTube. So right these days, they say that they have to, say 당장 유튜브 그만 봐. Stop watching YouTube. Stop YouTube, literally. So I think, more and more kids are getting very familiar with the smartphones, watching something on YouTube. So I think the phrase are also changing by that trend. 이 닦았어? Did you brush your teeth? 이 닦았어? Did you brush your teeth? I heard this phrase a lot because I just wanted to go to bed right after doing something on the internet or watching TV. So I often heard this phrase a lot. 이 닦았어? Did you brush your teeth?
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
10 words for connecting thoughts. Let's begin. 그러고는, then. 그러고는, then. For example, you can say that 어제 그 사람 만났어. 그러고는 헤어졌어. I met the person, then I just broke up. It can be used mostly for daily conversation, like spoken Korean. If it is for written Korean, you can say that 그리고 나서 or 그러고 to mean then. 하지만, however. 하지만, however. This word can be used for formal situation or for written Korean. For example, 이 문제는 어렵습니다. 하지만 해결할 수 있습니다. This issue is difficult, however, we can fix it. So if you want to say however with your friends, you can use 근데 or 그렇지만 to mean however. 이거 어려워 보여. 근데 할 수 있어. This issue seems difficult, However, we can fix it for a casual situation. 따라서, therefore. 따라서, therefore. For example, 내일은 더울 겁니다. 따라서 물을 많이 드십시오. Tomorrow will be hot. Therefore, make sure to drink a lot of water. But when you talk with your friends or in more general cases, you can use 그러니까 to mean therefore. 또한, also. 또한, also. So for example, when you have a business meeting, you can suggest your idea by saying 이 계획도 생각할 수 있고 또한 이 계획도 생각할 수 있습니다. We can consider this plan or that plan. 반면, on the other hand. 반면, on the other hand. So this word 반면 literally means the other side. So you can use it to mean on the other hand. For example, 저는 스포츠를 좋아합니다. 반면 제 여자친구는 스포츠를 좋아하지 않습니다. I like sports. On the other hand, my girlfriend doesn't like sports. 마찬가지로, likewise. 마찬가지로, likewise. So when someone asks you, 너도 이거 좋아해? Do you also like it? Then you can just say that 마찬가지로, likewise. But if you want to make it sound natural in Korean, you can just make it a little bit longer by saying 나도 마찬가지로 좋아해. 게다가, additionally. So you can use in a sentence something like 그 사람은 성격도 좋고 게다가 얼굴도 예뻐요. She has a good character. Moreover, she is pretty. 대신, instead. 대신, instead. 대신 means instead. You can say it as in 대신 해줄 수 있어요? Could you do that for me? Or could you do that instead? 마지막으로, finally. 마지막으로, finally. When you finish something, you can just start your paragraph by saying 마지막으로 or 끝으로 to mean finally. So, for example, 마지막으로 저는 이렇게 생각합니다. Finally, this is what I think. 근데, well. 근데, well. When you want to change the subject, when you talk with your friends, you can simply just say 근데. Let's say you talked about your trip to Japan, and then you certainly want to ask your friend like what she's doing this weekend. Then you can just say that 근데 이번 주말에 뭐 해? Well, then what do you do for this weekend? 10 phrases to amaze native speakers. Let's begin. 10년 동안 한국어를 배웠습니다. I've been learning Korean for 10 years. Wow, you'll be so surprised if someone says 10년 동안 한국어를 배웠습니다. First, I think it's because not many foreign people learn Korean for over 1 year. I know some people who learn the basic things from the Korean songs, Korean dramas, but not like for over 1 year really studying. So if someone says 10년 동안 한국어를 배웠습니다, that would be amazing to see. 3년 동안 원어민처럼 한국어를 할 거예요. I'll speak Korean like a native speaker in 3 years. You know, if you want to say that you have a strong goal, you can say something like 3년 안에 or 1년 안에 원어민처럼 말할 거예요. Or give more specific things, something like 3년 안에 한국어로 강의를 할 거예요. 3년 안에 한국어로 영어를 가르칠 거예요. Then native speakers like me will be very impressed and very surprised to hear that. And I might want to do everything that I want to do to help the other people to make this goal. 감사하지만 전 사실 원어민이 아니에요. Thank you, but I'm not a native speaker actually. That's actually my goal to say that. I want to say something like, thank you, but actually I'm not a good native speaker or something like that. 감사하지만 전 사실 원어민이 아니에요. Thank you, but I'm not actually a native speaker. 유창해지기까지 1년밖에 걸리지 않았어요. It took me only 1 year to become fluent. If that's true, then you can proudly say that 유창하기까지 1년밖에 걸리지 않았어요. 2년밖에 걸리지 않았어요. Then people were very surprised to hear that. 자막 없이 한국 영화를 볼 수 있습니다. I can watch Korean movies without subtitles. If you live in Korea, I think you already know that there's some movie theater that you can see Korean movies with English subtitles. But that movie theaters are not that good. It would be great if you can just see them without subtitles. Yeah, some Korean comedy movies would be good if you want to improve your Korean and also watch Korean drama without subtitle in the future. 하루에 약 50개 새로운 한국어 단어를 외울 수 있습니다. I can memorize around 50 new Korean words a day. So here we have 하루에, a day, and 새로운 한국어 단어, meaning new Korean words. Well, actually, I think anyone can memorize 50 Korean words if they spend enough time to do that. But it's not easy to do that every day. So if someone says 새로운 단어를 하루에 50개 외울 수 있습니다, that would be surprising because that means that someone is learning Korean seriously. 하신 말씀 모두 다 완벽히 이해했습니다. I completely understood everything you said. So if you say 하신 말씀을 모두 완벽히 이해했습니다, that means that I didn't miss anything. Especially at work, like if you say that, it's going to impress your boss because, you know, that means that I'm listening, I can understand every single thing that you said. 한국어 외에 다른 언어도 몇 개 할 수 있습니다. Apart from knowing Korean, I can speak a few other languages as well. So if you have other languages that you can speak, even though it's not fluent, just like at the beginning level, you can say 한국어 외에 something도 말할 수 있습니다. 한국어 외에 일본어도 중국어도 말할 수 있습니다. 한국어 외에 프랑스어도 독일어도 말할 수 있습니다. To say that you speak, few other languages apart from English and Korean. 한국어는 재미있고 배우기 쉬워요. Korean is fun and easy to learn. Here we have the adjective 재미있다, fun, and 쉬워요, easy. So that means that you really enjoy learning Korean. Not only to make the other people amazed, I think with saying this, you can also find many native speakers who wanna help you to improve your Korean because who would not want to, help someone who really like enjoying learning Korean. 혼자 한국어를 공부하고 있습니다. I'm learning Korean all by myself. So here we have the word 혼자, meaning alone, all by oneself. Actually, there are many people learning Korean by themselves. So if you learn Korean all by yourself, later when you get a chance to visit Korea and talk with Korean people in Korean, just simply say 혼자 한국어를 공부했습니다. I've been learning Korean all by myself.
Want to finally start speaking in your target language? In this guide, you'll discover the top 7 ways to practice speaking on your own with our lessons. Let's begin. Number 1, shadowing. Shadowing is a proven learning technique where all you do is repeat what you hear in order to practice speaking. So access any audio or video lesson on the site and press the play button to start. Then, as you listen or watch, just repeat the conversations. Or, even easier, read along out loud with the dialogue section. The script is right there in front of you. With our lessons, you can master entire conversations, just like that. Number 2, read out loud. I just mentioned it, but reading out loud is another powerful tactic and deserves its own mention. With every lesson, you get written transcripts and translations. So, as you play the lesson, read the dialogue out loud as you hear it. Why? By reading out loud, you're also practicing your speaking skills. You can do this with the lesson notes, the lesson transcript, or the dialogue tool. With the dialogue tool, you can listen to each line again and again, and repeat out loud until you master them all. Number 3, speed up your reading to speed up your speaking. Being able to speak without thinking is a sign of language mastery. If you're talking to a native and can respond quickly, they'll assume that you're fairly fluent. How can you do this? When you read out loud, try increasing your speed a little bit every time. So, start by reading with the dialogue tool. If you're like most learners, you'll read the first line slowly. That's because you're still getting used to the words, which is okay. Reread it. On your second try, you know most of the words, and you'll read a little faster. Reread it again. On your third try, you'll be even faster, at a native speaker's speed. And being able to read these phrases out loud and fast will help you speak fast. Number 4, record and compare yourself with native speakers. In order to sound like a native speaker, you must imitate native speakers. So here's how. Access the voice recorder, which is in the dialogue study tool in every lesson. Click on the microphone icon. Listen to the native speaker's audio, and then record yourself. You can then compare the two recordings side by side and practice and try again and again until you perfect your pronunciation. Number 5, get feedback from our Premium Plus teacher. If you're learning by yourself and don't have access to real teachers, then you can always get feedback from our Premium Plus teachers. With the My Teacher tool, you can record yourself speaking and send the audio file to the teacher. They'll review it and tell you what to improve and how. That's it. Number 6, level up your speaking with Premium Plus assignments. With Premium Plus, you can also get assignments that cover reading, writing, listening, and even speaking from your teacher. These assignments can be tailored to your goals and needs. You get a new one every week, or anytime you're ready for a new one. Number 7, get even more lessons in the lesson library. If you want even more lessons on speaking and conversations, visit our lesson library and under Category, choose Conversation. You'll get all of the pathways and lessons that are focused on speaking.
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
What?
Guan, guan.
Is it foo?
호에위.
Man, is this Korean?
I'm ready for the challenge.
Oh my god, that's long.
Okay, we have a long word.
게옹그찰, 게옹그차르체옹, 게옹그차르체옹.
Gyeongchalcheon.
경찰청. Pretty confident.
게옹그차르체옹, 게옹그차르체옹.
Gyeongchalcheong.
Oh god, oh.
Okay, you're not making this easy.
경찰청. Oh, that's so wrong.
So like I've heard plenty of Korean. I don't think I've heard plenty of Korean, but this is my assumption. So obviously it's not a literal sound. We should probably go 경찰청.
경찰청. 경찰청.
Yeah. What? Okay, you guys are setting me up.
What? Okay. 위그와 대학. That's terrible. Okay. 위그와 대학.
Man, is this Korean? Wigwadaihak. That's it.
위그와 대학. Wait a second. 위그와 대학. 위그와 대학.
의과대학.
Wigwadaehak.
That K probably isn't like a K sound. I have a feeling like it's a short 의과대학 or something like that.
Wigwadaehak. Hak.
다해학. hike. hik.
Wigwadaihak. That's it? No more. Take this word away from me, please.
의과대학. 의과대학.
Gwang. Oh my goodness. Gwangwanggaek. And then faster. Gangwanggaek. Gangwanggaek.
관광가익? I need a little time to 관광가익. 관광가익. 관광가익.
Gwangwanggaek? There's a lot of G's and W's there. Okay.
Gwangwanggaik?
관광가익.
관광객. No. 관광객.
Guan, guan. Guanggaek.
Gwangwanggaik? Please don't hate me. I'm just trying my best.
Gangangwagaek. Gaek. Gaek.
관광객. 관광객. I actually know that word. I feel like I'm cheating. It's tteokbokki. It's food. That's why I know it.
I'm pretty sure I should know this one, so I'm gonna probably mess it up anyway. Tteokbokki?
Oh, that looks easy.
Tteokbokki.
Tteokbokki. Tteokbokki.
Why are there two T's in the start? Tteokbokki.
Tteokbokki. That sounded Korean. Tteokbokki.
Tteokbokki? 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 I think maybe that sounds pretty close.
tteokbokki.
Tteokbokki.
One more time. tteokbokki. Is it food?
Tteokbokki. I can survive in Korea just eating tteokbokki.
떡볶이. 떡볶이.
I tried to sound a little bit Korean here. Hoi. Hoi.
Hui or hoeui?
Hoeui.
호에오이.
Hui? That's a guess. One more time for this poorly pronounced word. Hui.
호에? I wanna go with 호에 for that one.
호에ui. 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 犬の鳴き声のことかな。
회의. 회의. Hey, that's it? Why are there so many vowels?
Okay. 우에세우세우항 에우막. 우에세우하우. Oh no.
Yusuisahan imek. That sounds French.
This has 2 lines. 에오세오세오한 에오막. 에오세오세오한 에오막. 에소한 막? 에막? 에소한 에막?
유스유스항 유막. 유스유스항 유막.
So this is Yusuhan Yumak.
이스이스항 에막.
Euseuhan eumak.
Yeah?
You guys are not playing around.
으스스한 음악. 으스스한 음악. So, as you saw, Korean pronunciation can't be written in the romanization perfectly. That's why you need to learn Hangul, the Korean alphabet, and try to read Hangul instead of romanization. Click the link in the description to access our Hangul page to master Hangul and get your free practice worksheet. We also have the video series Ultimate Korean Pronunciation on the website, so check it out while you're there. This is the end of this lesson. Do you have a question or comment? Let us know, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Thank you for watching. 다음에 또 봐요.
Hi, my name is Yuri. I am Ukrainian American. My native language is English, but actually Russian first, then English overpowered my Russian.
Hi, my name is Risa. I'm from Japan. My native language is Japanese.
Hi everyone, my name is Lena. I'm Hungarian and my native language is Hungarian.
Hi, my name is Devin. I'm from America, or the United States of America, and my native language is English.
Hi everybody, I'm Ana. I'm from Spain, Barcelona, and well, I speak Spanish, Catalan, English, a bit of Japanese, and I'm about to try to speak Korean.
Hi, I'm Philip. I'm from Sweden. My native language is Swedish.
Hi everyone, I'm Jaehui. Welcome back to Korean Top Words. In this lesson, we are going to talk about 10 phrases to use when you are angry. Let's begin. 상관하지 마. It's none of your business. Honestly, like Korean people really like to give some advice, like even though they don't know things very well. So for example, if you worry about something a lot, then probably your friend might want to give you some advice which you don't want to listen to sometimes. So in that case, you can say 상관하지 마. It's none of your business. 닥쳐. Shut up. It's very strong, so I don't want you to say that often. But, sometimes when you have to say, you can say 닥쳐. Or, sometimes we use it as a joke too. Like when your friends are talking too much, then you can say 닥쳐, shut up. But only probably to your friend who is a guy. 됐어, enough. When you have to make someone stop saying something because you feel very angry, you can say 됐어, enough, which means I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to talk with you. So 됐어 means, that's the end, like that's enough. 장난해? Are you kidding me? 장난 here means something like playing around. So like making a joke or kidding you. When you really want to say something like, are you kidding me? You can say 장난해? Or sometimes we put 지금 and say 지금 장난해? Are you kidding me now? 뭐래? Whatever. Yeah, I think this is kind of magic word. Like, when you just want to cut your interest about something, then you can just say 뭐래? Whatever. Like if someone is talking about some gossips, about you, but you don't want to show your interest, you can just say that 뭐래? Whatever. 집어치워. Cut it out. So 집어치워 make me imagine something like you grab something and just throw it away. So that kind of image, So if someone is talking about something, if someone is suggesting some idea that really doesn't make any sense, and you think that's very useless, like a garbage, trash, you can say 집어치워, cut it out. 너랑 얘기하고 싶지 않아. I don't want to talk to you. Yeah, I think this is kind of the, direct but acceptable way to say that, I don't want to talk about something with you, So I think, yeah, you can just use it when you just want to be alone and not talking about something else. 속상해. I'm upset. 속상해. Here we have the word 속, which means something like inside, and 상해 is the word that we often use to talk about some rotten apple, something got rotten. Something is not going well inside you, which can be translated as I'm upset. I feel so angry. Like I feel disappointed. Something like, that you feel uncomfortable. So, when you had a very bad event, like you argued with someone else or you just broke up with someone else, you can start your conversation by saying 속상해 when you, talk to your friend in a different time. 그래서 뭐? So what? You can just use it as to just say so what because it just means the same. We often use it. 그래서 뭐? The other person is keep talking to you, but if it really doesn't make any sense, so you can say 그래서 뭐? So what? 네가 뭔데? Who do you think you are? I think each people has a different intonation when they say 네가 뭔데. Like I might say 네가 뭔데, because it's question, so I might rise it up. But some people might have a different intonation. Like for example, 네가 뭔데? So you can feel their anger when they say 네가 뭔데, because it literally means what are you? But you can translate it as who do you think you are? Okay, that's all 10 phrases to use when you're angry. Which expression have you used before? If you use some of them, let us know in the comments. I'll see you in the next video. 다음 시간에 뵙겠습니다. 안녕히 계세요. Hi everyone, I'm Jae-hui. Welcome back to Korean Top Words. In this video, we'll be talking about 10 ways to say hello. Let's begin. 좋은 아침이에요. Good morning. 좋은 아침이에요. Good morning. 좋은 means good and 아침 means morning. I don't think Korean people in the past used that kind of phrase because it's really a literal translation of good morning, but these days people use it quite often, especially in the morning. I think some people say 안녕하세요 to mean hello, Or some people might say 좋은 아침이에요. Good morning. 안녕하세요. Hello. 안녕하세요. Hello. This is the most common phrase to say hello. 안녕 means something like being in peace. So it literally means something like, are you in peace? If you have to remember just one thing among 10 expressions that were introduced in this video, this is the one that you have to remember. 안녕하세요. Hello. You can also say something else after saying 안녕하세요. For example, if it is in the morning, you can say 안녕하세요. 좋은 아침이에요. Hello, good morning. Hello, it's a good morning. 오랜만이에요. Long time no see. 오랜만이에요. Long time no see. 오랜만 means something like for a while. It literally means something like it's been a while. 어떻게 지내요? How are you? 어떻게 지내요? How are you? Unlike English expression, how are you? It's not a good idea to say to someone you see every day because it literally means something like how you've lived, like how you have spent your days. So just use that when you haven't seen someone for a while, like at least for a week. 잘 돼가요? How is it going? 잘 돼가요? How is it going? If you know that your friend or someone else has been doing something for a while, you can say that 잘 돼가요. Like for example, if your friend has a big project and you know that person is keep doing it, you can say that 잘 돼가요. How's it going? 잘 지내? What's up? 잘 지내? What's up? So this can be used only between friends, but only when you haven't seen your friend for a while. So if you haven't seen your friend for a week, but you just saw your friend in a campus, you can say that 잘 지내? What's up? Or if you just, see someone every day, you can just say 안녕, which means hello. That covers all different types of the English expressions to say hello. 안녕하세요. Good afternoon. 안녕하세요. Good afternoon. For good morning, we have the expression 좋은 아침이에요, which means the same, but for good afternoon, we haven't made the expression yet. So you just have to say 안녕하세요 if it is in the afternoon. Or the other common expression is 밥 먹었어요. Like it literally means did you eat a rice? But it's got very common expression that people exchange in the afternoon, especially after the lunch hour. It doesn't mean like I really want to know if you eat something or not. It's just like, hello. So if someone asks you, 밥 먹었어요? Then you can just say, 네, 먹었어요. And then talk about something else, which means, yes, I ate. And then you can talk about something else. 안녕하세요. Good evening. 안녕하세요. Good evening. We have a same expression for good evening because there is no expression yet, only for the evening. Some people might say 좋은 저녁이에요, but it does not sound good, natural in Korean. Instead, if it is in the evening, people might say 먼저 가겠습니다. I'll leave first if, it's at the office, or 내일 봐, see you tomorrow, if it's between friends. So, pick the right expression depending on the situation. 반가워요. It's nice to meet you. 반가워요. It's nice to meet you. If you see someone for the very first time, you can say that 반가워요. For formal situation, you can say 반갑습니다. 요즘 별일 없죠? How is everything? 요즘 별일 없지? How is everything? So 별일 here means something special. So it really means you don't have anything special, right? So to answer this question, you can say 별일 없어, which means that there's nothing special. Okay, we just checked out 10 ways to say hello in Korean. Which expression do you like the most? Let us know in the comments. I'll see you in the next video. 다음 시간에 뵙겠습니다. 안녕히 계세요. Hi everyone, I'm Jae-hui. Welcome back to Korean Top Words. In this lesson, we'll be talking about top 10 phrases tourists should never use. Let's begin. 역겨워. That's disgusting. 역겨워. That's disgusting. Yeah, I think there might be some part of the culture that you don't like, but if you just say 역겨워, that's disgusting, I think that just shows how much you're not ready to accept the different culture. I think that's not good to say. 우리나라가 낫다. My country is better. 우리나라가 낫다. My country is better. In Korean, it's better to say 우리나라 when you want to say my country. 내 나라 is the phrase meaning my country literally, but it sounds a little bit unusual. So 우리나라, which means our country, is better to say when you want to say my country. 차라리 집에 가고 싶다. I'd rather be back home. 차라리 집에 가고 싶다. I'd rather be back home. I sometimes think like that. I don't say it. I think that's the point. You can think like, I want to go back home because, I'm tired. Because when you take a vacation for like several months, I think there will be the moment that you're no longer taking anything new. So I think you can think about it, but saying it to other person, especially to someone who lives in that country, might not a good idea, I believe. 닥쳐, shut up. 닥쳐, shut up. Do people use that? Not only for tourists, but also for anyone. I think it's rude to say 닥쳐. There might be some moments that you really have to say, but I don't think it's a good idea to say it often, even though you don't like something. 당신의 문화에 대해 별로 관심 없어요. I'm not very interested in your culture. 당신의 문화에 대해 별로 관심 없어요. I'm not very interested in your culture. I think I heard something like that in the past. I'm not sure where, but it's not good to hear that. Not only about the culture. If someone says this, I think it means something like, he or she is really not interested in anything else but him or herself. So, 그냥 맥도날드 가서 먹자. Let's just eat at McDonald's. 그냥 맥도날드 가서 먹자. Let's just eat at McDonald's. I used to be like that actually. Like when I traveled in 20s, I think I only focused on sightseeing. Like I wanted to make a list of the things to go, things to do, and then do that one by one. Like I remember I was making the plan by minutes, like saying, 7:35, I go there. So since I was super busy to go to place A, B, C, D, E, I really didn't think about having a nice meal. So I usually just went to McDonald's or Burger King's, like that kind of fast food restaurants. And these days I can see the main things about my trip is all about the food. So I think that's kind of the big change in my style for having a trip. 이거 맛이 끔찍해. This tastes awful. 이거 맛이 끔찍해. This tastes awful. If you travel in Korea, I think there might be some food that you might not like. Some Korean people say that because they really like the honesty. I think you can say that when you think the other person's really talk directly. But if your friends in Korea, they are not direct, I think it's better to say something else. Like for example, if you don't like the taste, you can find another food that tastes better and say, 이거 맛있어. This tastes good. And just keep eating it. 호텔에서 하루 종일 있을래. I'm going to spend the day in the hotel. 호텔에서 하루 종일 있을래. I'm going to spend the day in the hotel. I'm this kind of person. I eat, come back to hotel, spend a day, and go out and eat and just come back, I think. It's important to find who is sharing your style together. Like, if your friend really want to go outside and do a lot of activities, I think it's not a good idea to say it in the morning. If you really want to get relaxed at a hotel, I think you can say that. That will be okay. But if you mean something like, I'm tired of trying anything, I'm tired of speaking, their languages, I think it means something mean, like, it means something like, then why are you here? Like, why you spend your money for a trip? So I think it depends on the meaning of the phrase, 호텔에서 하루 종일 있을래. 이거 바보 같아. This is stupid. 이거 바보 같아. This is stupid. That happens to me like when I go to a country and if they follow some different rules. So instead of saying 이거 바보 같아, this is stupid, I think it's better to try to understand what's behind and why they follow that. 이 사람들 미개해. These people are uncivilized. 이 사람들 미개해. These people are uncivilized. I never heard this phrase, so if someone really says that, I think I'll be really shocked. Okay, there's top 10 phrases tourists should never use. I hope you don't use some of the phrases when you travel. Make sure to subscribe and I'll see you in the next video. 다음 시간에 뵙겠습니다. 안녕히 계세요.
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
Hello there, everyone. This is Jeremy. I teach Korean and English, and in this video, I'm going to be helping you with 2 sounds that are difficult for English speakers to make. If you can't tell, it's quite obvious. I'm an English speaker, so I can only really speak from my experience and what was difficult for me in the beginning. So these 2 sounds particularly were very difficult for me to make in the beginning of my Korean learning journey, so hopefully you find them helpful as well. If you're not a native English speaker, you have another sound set in your head, then these sounds might be easier or harder for you. So we'll see. Hopefully this is helpful anyway. So the first sound is 리을, 리을 as it's called. Going forward, I'm going to refer to it as RDL, okay? So Korean RDL, I guess I'll call it. And the reason I need a different name is because you have to hear the pronunciation perfectly to know that I'm saying the name of the letter. So I like to use English words to indicate the letter, at least when explaining it like this. So first, let's talk about why I call it RDL. Now, the reason it's difficult is that this sound is in between R and L, in that it's kind of like R, it's kind of like L, but it's not R and it's not L. And the reason I call it RDL, I put a D in the middle, is because the tongue placement, that is the point where you put the tip of your tongue, is where you would put your tongue when you make a D sound in English, like don't, do, right? If you can try that now. Feel where the tip of your tongue goes, right behind your teeth, right? So if you feel it behind your teeth like this, you feel it with your tongue. It's important to be aware of this. You feel it. You go back, there's that, then it starts, and then you go a little bit further back, and right about here, if I keep my tongue there while I'm talking, that's where you want it to be, okay? Now, the reason this point is very important is because really, that's where your tongue should always be when you make this sound. So rather than try to make it like an L, or try to make it like an R sometimes, which I did at first as well, I thought it was like an R and an L, at different times, just always keep your tongue at that point. So I'm going to use a few example words to illustrate that. So let's get started with that here, okay? So the first one will be just a simple syllable, la, 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 okay? Now, if I were to say L-A in English, la, 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 it's quite close, but then if you notice when I do this, la, 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 you'll see that my tongue is further back. So you're keeping your tongue in that place, but you pronounce it in the manner that you would pronounce an L, in that you are laying down your tongue, sort of, in that way. So la, la is the first one here. Now that's when the RDL is in the front position of a word, in the starting position. A lot of people have said that it sounds more like an R when it's in the bottom position. And it may sound like that to an English speaker's ear, to our ear, but I don't think that's the case. Our R is actually more complicated than that, so it's not just at the tip of the tongue. So let's use this next example to illustrate that. And this next example is the word for Sunday. Sunday. You've probably tried pronouncing this one. Now, lil, if we just pronounce the first syllable here, it's il, il, il. Okay, my mouth isn't moving at all from the outside. Il, il. And my tongue is going from E, so flat position, E, and then the tongue is moving to the point that we talked about. Il, il. Okay. Now this yo, when this yo comes up next, it gets difficult because going from that position into a y, like a Y sound, any of the vowels that have that y sound in it can be sort of difficult. Let's take it slowly first. Okay, so I'll say the whole word now. 일요일, 일요일. It might sound like I'm doing some weird magic in my mouth, but really I'm just putting the tip of my tongue at that point, and then with the tip of my tongue at that point, I say yo, okay? Yo, il, and then back to touch that point. So if the roof of my mouth is say up here, and this is my tongue, then I'm saying yo, il. Yo, il. All right, so 일요일, 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 to do it faster. This next word is difficult because it means difficult. It is 어려워요, 어려워요, 어려워요. 려 specifically, this one, 릴, 여, was very, very hard for me for years. I think I said it wrong, and it clicked one day for me when someone told me to think of it as li plus o, and say that quickly. So to isolate that syllable first, we'll say it li, 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 just like we started with our tongue in that spot, just like before, li, li, and then you move quickly to o after that. Lio, 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 lio. And then my suggestion for you would be to practice this and say it many, 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 many times and make it faster and faster and faster until you push it down into your subconscious, and then it'll come out naturally later on. That's the way I found that these things work. So, lio, 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 and that's what I believe it sounds like. At least this pronunciation, no native speaker will misunderstand when I say it that way. So, audio, 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 어려워요, 어려워요. So don't hold your tongue there too much. A lot of people have also talked about this sound sounding like the rolled R in Spanish, and then in a way it is because it's a flick. But that's why I call it RDL, because we do that also with D in English. When we say ready, ready, teddy, right? That D in there is a flick of the tongue, and it's touching the same spot that this one does in 어려워요. Ready, 어려워요. Ready, 어려워요. The place that my tongue is touching on the roof of my mouth feels almost the same to me right now. So go ahead maybe and try those two yourself. All right. So those are the examples for lire. That's the first one that we're going to talk about in this video. The second one is a combination of two vowels, and this one was difficult for me as well. And this one actually changes its sound sometimes, depending where it is in the word, and we'll talk about why. So that sound is 의, 의, 의. Now, it's hard. All pronunciation, in a way, is hard because you can't see anything. 의, 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 의. I'm not even moving my mouth at all. You can't see anything. So there's no visual cues to help you. It's not like a dance where you could follow along. So first, it's important to isolate the So your mouth makes the shape of the letter. It's a horizontal line. Like this, right? You have to isolate that sound so that you can then move from there over to the E. So, and then once you've got it down, you go, E. So the sound in American English, at least to me, sounds like the sound you make when you see something disgusting. You're like, It's also what I call the invisible vowel because we don't have a letter for it, but we do make this sound. We make this sound whenever we describe the sound of a consonant by itself. So if I put a K on the board here and I say, what sound does a K make, everyone? Like a teacher in class, right? Talking to all the students are going to say, K, K. That's because without any throat sound, a vowel sound is a throat sound. Without any throat sound, consonants are lifeless. The vowel is necessary for the consonant to make any sound. Otherwise, it would just be k, 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 which, is hard to hear. So we add this invisible vowel to it, in order to make it sound like k. So maybe that'll help you to isolate this sound, and now it's nice to know you already have it. So here are a couple examples, okay? So the first one is the word for chair, which is 의자, 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 의자. 의, right? E mixed together. 의. It's a little like you have to put a little effort into your throat to move between those sounds, so it does take practice. 의자, 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 meaning chair. So in this one, the is emphasized. Now, where this sound gets difficult, and which is often the case, is that it'll change its pronunciation to be more like just E when it's at the end of a word, like 회의, which is the word for meeting, as in like a company meeting. I had a meeting at a company today, that kind of thing. And this one is 회의, technically 회의, but the that extra effort that needs to be put into it often leads to it getting skipped when pronounced in real life. Now, the reason for that being, like I said earlier, this is sort of an invisible vowel in English. And in Korean, you can think of it that way because it gets dominated very easily by anything else that's around it. So when you have hui, that has its own vowel sound, and then comes after it, the gets kind of smashed in between all the other vowels. It's like the base vowel. It's like the blandest one. It's the weakest. So it gets dominated by all the others around it. So hui becomes more like hui. And then finally, this one changes when it is the possessive tag. This thing by itself can be like the apostrophe S in English. And it changes to in that situation. I think just to make it clear so that speakers, so that when people are talking, they make it clear for the other person. So to say Jeremy's would be Jeremie, whatever. Almost everyone says e. You can say 의. It's not incorrect, but it's much less common in my experience. Okay, so I hope you found this helpful. If there are difficult sounds that you'd like us to cover in the future, you can share them here in the comments, and some of the ones that are most upvoted, maybe we can use for another video like this in the future, some Korean pronunciation help. If you liked the video, go ahead and like and subscribe to the channel. Let us know what you thought in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video, friends. Happy Korean learning!
To master a new language and understand everything as soon as you hear it, to read with just a quick glance and speak smoothly without thinking, you need to review. Here are our top 5 review tactics. Number 1, listen to examples over and over again. By listening closely and often, you start to pick up the rhythm of a language, as well as correct pronunciation from a native speaker. Use our line-by-line feature that lets you both listen and read along. Use this tool to practice as much as possible. Number 2, use our voice recording tool to master perfect pronunciation. Record yourself and compare it against the native speaker. If you sound different, then repeat after the native speaker until you're able to match them. Use our voice recording feature, which makes recording super easy. Number 3, master your recorded conversations. Record conversations and go over them again and again. Master entire conversations and repeat them line by line. Use any of the dialogues available for download on our website. These come with transcripts of the entire conversation. Number 4, use mobile devices to reinforce previously learned conversations. Constant review is the best way to progress in your language studies. Download the recorded dialogue to your mobile device and incorporate it into your music playlist. Quick reviews throughout the day effectively reinforce what you've learned. Number 5, read with line-by-line notes. Read along with a native speaker to really master pronunciation and natural intonation. You should start slow at first, then slowly increase your speed. Your pronunciation will become more natural. You will also see that your ability to understand fluent speakers will greatly increase. You'll be able to improve your communication skills using these 5 simple review techniques. Increase your understanding of your target language. And remember, if you're interested in getting all these review tools, sign up for your free lifetime account. No credit card required, and you'll get the best free online resources. And start reviewing more every day.
Welcome to Korean Culture Class by KoreanClass101.com. Hi everyone, I'm your teacher K-Jin. In this lesson, you will learn how to calculate your Korean age. If baby is born today in Korea, how old is that baby? The answer is 1 year old. Korean age versus international age. While international age measures how long you have lived, Korean age measures how many years you have experienced. If a baby is born today, it's their first year, so they are 1 year old. For example, let's say a child was born on December 31st. December 31st. This child is already a year old, but only 1 day later, on January 1st, he or she will already be 2 years old in Korean age, although the child is only 2 days old because it's a new year and it's the second year the baby is involved in. So the biggest differences between international age and Korean age is, first, in Korea, you are born a year of age. Korean age always starts with 1 year old. Second, in Korea, you increase your age count on January 1st of every year, not on your birthday. So when someone in Korea tells you, for example, that they are 20살, 20 years old, they may actually be 19살, 19 years old, or 18살, 18 years old. Let's see how to calculate your Korean age. Calculating Korean age is not very difficult. Here are 3 ways. The first way, add 1 to the current year, then subtract the year of your birth, and you will get your Korean age. The current year plus 1 and minus your birth year equals your Korean age. For example, if you are born in 1990 and you wanted to calculate your Korean age in 2018, current year is 2018 plus 1 minus 1990 is 29 years old. You are 29 years old in Korea. The second way, simply add 1 or 2 to your age, depending on your birthday. If your birthday has passed, add 1 to your age. If your birthday hasn't passed yet, then add 2 to your age. Now, why would a Korean add 2 years to their international age? Because your age starts from 1 year old, and you add 1 year again on January 1st, regardless of whether their birthday has passed or not. The third way, visit KoreanClass101.com/Korean-age and try our free Korean age calculator. The link is in the description, so just click it. As soon as you enter your birth year, it will calculate your Korean age. Please note that Korean age is only a cultural thing, and in international settings such as the Pyeongchang Olympics, Korean sports stars use international standard to avoid confusion. We call this international age 만 나이. This 만 나이 is often used for official documents such as passport or birth certificate according to international standards, and also medical purposes. Question: why do many Korean people ask your age when you meet them for the first time? 실례지만 나이가 어떻게 되세요? Excuse me, but how old are you? 실례지만 나이가 어떻게 되세요? 실례지만 나이가 어떻게 되세요? 몇 년생이세요? What year were you born? 몇 년생이세요? 몇 년생이세요? It's because they want to know which politeness level of speech they should use, and age decide how you address each other. Unlike in Western cultures, where you use the same level of politeness regardless of age, in Korea, there are various levels of politeness. This is one of the reasons why age asking is so important to native Koreans. They need to find out the age so that they can figure out how to address one another. There are so many terms related to addressing people once you know their age. For example, 오빠, older brother for a slightly older male friend used by a female, and 누나, older sister for a slightly older female friend used by a male in Korea. If you are 동갑, the same age, you will likely find yourself forming a fast friendship, as it's a great icebreaker with less cultural complications usually. Age is very important in Korean culture, so when you are introduced to someone else through a mature friend, be prepared to check each other's age. This will decide the language you use and other things about the relationship. Let's look at some useful Korean phrases when talking about age. 몇 년생이세요? What year were you born? 몇 년생이세요? 몇 년생이세요? 2000년생이요. I was born in 2000. 2000년생이요. 2000년생이요. 저랑 동갑이시네요. 괜찮다면 말 놓아도 될까요? You are the same age as me. If it's okay with you, shall we speak informally? 저랑 동갑이시네요. 괜찮다면 말 놓아도 될까요? 저랑 동갑이시네요. 괜찮다면 말 놓아도 될까요? 그럴까? 그럼 편하게 말 놔. Shall we do that? Then address me informally. 그럴까? 그럼 편하게 말 놔. 그럴까? 그럼 편하게 말 놔. This is the end of the lesson. Do you have a question or comment? Let us know. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Thank you for watching. 다음에 또 봐요.
Today we're going to talk about 4 techniques to help you stop translating in your head and instead start thinking in your target language. This will allow you to have conversations with ease, read smoothly, and better understand native speakers. These are 4 methods to help you think in a new language. Number 1, surround yourself with your target language. This way, you'll be completely immersed in the language. Without realizing it, you'll learn pronunciation, sentence structures, grammar, and new vocabulary. Play music in the background while you're cooking, or have a radio station on while you study. Just use one of our endless podcasts available to you. These are easy to listen to in the background while doing other things. Number 2, learn through observation. This is how we all learned our native languages as kids. Words will develop their own meanings that relate better to your target language, rather than meanings that are translated directly. Number 3, speak out loud to yourself. Even if you're a little embarrassed, it forces you to listen to how you speak. It makes it much easier to spot simple grammar mistakes. Number 4, practice daily. If you practice everything for only one day, you won't retain the information you learned. The brain can realistically only focus for about 30 minutes. So studying a little every day allows you to absorb better. Follow these steps and have patience. You'll soon be able to achieve your language learning goals. Just make sure to remember these 4 methods. Sign up for your free lifetime account. No credit card required, and you'll get the best free online resources. And start learning more every day.
Hi everyone, I'm Jae-hui. Welcome back to Korean Top Words. In this video, we'll be talking about 5 sentence patterns for beginners. Let's begin. 제 이름은 입니다. My name is. So after you say 제 이름은, which means my name is, you can just put your name and say 입니다. 입니다 is the word meaning to be. So unlike English, you have to put your name in the middle of the sentence. So for example, my name is Jae-hui, so I can say 제 이름은 제휘입니다. My name is Jae-hui. 제 이름은 제휘입니다. My name is Jae-hui. 저는 입니다. I am. So I think this is kind of the magic sentence pattern. You can put anything in there. You can even put the name of your job. You can also put your nationality, like ethnic group, or anything in there, because that literally means I am something. So for example, if you are, let's say, from the UK, you can say 저는 영국 사람입니다 by using the word 영국 사람, which means British, or literally means the person from the UK. And if your job is a student, you can say 저는 학생입니다 using the noun 학생, which means a student. So you just, put anything in there. Just say 저는, which means I am. And then put a noun and say 입니다, which means to be. 어디예요? Where is? So when you want to see where something is, you just have to put the noun about the place at the beginning and say 어디예요? Make sure to raise the tone at the end of sentence as in 어디예요, not 어디예요. It's because when you say 어디예요, it becomes a question, but if you say 어디예요, it becomes a statement. So make sure to say 어디예요 when you ask a question. So if you are in a park and if you want to know where a restroom is, you can use the noun 화장실, which means restroom, and then just say 어디예요? 화장실 어디예요? Where's the restroom? 저는 에 살아요. I live in. So unlike English, you have to put the name of the place in the middle of the sentence. So if you live in Seoul, Seoul in Korean, you can say 저는 서울에 살아요. 저는 서울에 살아요. So simply say 저는, which means I do, I am, and then name of the place and say 에 살아요. Here 에 is the particle for location. If you put the particle 에 right after the place name, it becomes in Seoul, for example, like as in 서울에. For sure, like in many cases, you can just keep saying particle and just say 저는 서울 살아요. But it sounds a little bit not natural, so it's better to use the particle 에 if you can remember it correctly. 저는 좋아해요. I like. So 좋아해요 is the verb meaning to like something. So if you like something, you just say 저는 and the object and just say 좋아해요, which means I like something. So for example, if you like 한국, Korea, everything about Korea, you can say 저는 한국 좋아해요. I like Korea. I think this is the magic word to make more Korean friends when you see someone for the first time. If you like something else, like let's say 갈비, which is kind of marinated beef or pork, you can say 저는 갈비 좋아해요. I like 갈비, the marinated beef or pork. Okay, that's all 5 sentence patterns for beginners. I hope you get a chance to use some of the sentence patterns today or tomorrow. If you use that, then let us know in a comment. Like this video, subscribe to this channel, and make sure to visit our website koreanclass101.com. I'll see you in the next video. 다음 시간에 뵙겠습니다. 안녕히 계세요. Hi everyone, I'm Jae-hui. Welcome back to Korean Top Words. In this video, we'll be talking about 5 tongue twisters. Let's begin. 서구식 식습관. Western eating habits. I think it's really not easy to say because it has a lot of S sound, s. And it even have the same word next to each other, like 서구식, 식습관. So if you make a pause, I think it'll be easier. But if you just put them all together, like 서구식, 식습관, I think it's kind of not easy to say it. Just by breaking up this, tongue twister. So 서구 means something in the West, like Western countries. And 식 means style. So when someone says 서구식, it means Western style. So if it's something like pasta or some steaks, we say 서구식 식사, Western style meal. And 식습관, 식 is the Chinese character meaning eating something, and 습관 means habit. So altogether we have Western eating habits, as in 서구식 식습관, or if you go faster, you can say 서구식 식습관. It sounds like a bad word, but it's not though. But yeah, 서구식 식습관, 식습관, 서구식 식습관. 공간 감각, sense of space. So there's some nasal sound like 니은, 이응, 리을, 미음, and when it's placed next to 그 or 크 sound, its pronunciation changes to 응 sound. So if you break it down, you can say 공간, n, n sound, 감각. But if you just put them together, it'll be like 공간 감각. It sounds something like that. So I think that's why it's kind of not easy to say it. You can also for sure say each one of them correctly by saying 공간 감각. The reason that it's not easy to say is also about this 그, like consonant in every single of word. So 공간 감각. So, but I think it's kind of easier than others. But so you can just try to master one of the tongue twisters. 강력 접착제, strong adhesive. 접착제 means something like glue. So altogether you can say 강력 접착제. There's a 기역 at the end of the word 강력, and there's a 지읒. So you have to make a pause. I think that's why this is not easy to say, because if you want to put them together, read it faster. I think the kind of pause is making you pronounce it a little bit difficult. So if you read this word 강력 접착제, I recommend you to make a little pause in between two words and say 강력 접착제 instead of reading them all together, because it will be not easy to read. 경품 당첨자, prize winner. So 경품 is kind of the gift that you get for free after joining an event. And 당첨자 means the winner, like winner who got the free gift. So altogether you can say 경품 당첨자. So I think the 받침, which is the last consonant in a word, I think that's kind of the thing making this word not easy to say, because they're like all of them, most of them have the 받침, 경품 당첨자. So, but if you practice it, actually, I think it'll be a good tool to improve your pronunciation. So say again, like 경품 당첨자. Always, like if it is not easy to say a set of words, you can just make a pause in between words. Then it'll help you read it correctly. 반품 상품, returned merchandise. So 반품 means returned item. 상품 means merchandise. So when something is returned, you can say 반품 상품. I think it's not easy to read because it has the same word repeated twice. 품품, like 반품 상품. I think again it's kind of good to make a pause in between and say 반품 상품 instead of saying it all together. Okay, we just checked out 5 tongue twisters. Which one did you find the most challenging? Let us know in a comment. Like this video if you like it, and subscribe to this channel, and make sure to visit our website koreanclass101.com. I'll see you in the next video. 다음 시간에 뵙겠습니다. 안녕히 계세요. 서구식 식습관. Yeah, I can see that.
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at koreanclass101.com.
안녕하세요. Hello there, friends. In this video, we're going to be talking about how to say relax in Korean. My name is Jeremy. I teach English and Korean. And in my daily life, I run into these sort of difficult to translate things between Korean and English quite a lot. Either Korean people ask me how to say something in English, or English speakers ask me how to say something in Korean, and I often have to figure it out. So this one is a rather interesting one because there is no one way to say it. English speakers usually struggle with things in Korean when there is a sort of, there's one way to say it in English and there's many ways to say it in Korean. Vice versa, the Koreans struggle with the same thing. There's one way to say it in Korean, but there's a number of ways to say it in English. And this is usually very hard because you have to sort of take one word that you know and divide it up into different versions of that meaning, different contexts. In the dictionary, if you were to look up the word relax and say there's 7 or 8, 12 definitions in there, each of those definitions might have its own word in Korean, might have its own translation. So there are different senses of the word, right? So in this video, we're going to talk about a number of ways to say relax. And in order to do so, we're going to have to talk about some different contexts in which you will use those, or use these phrases. So the first and the most easy one, because it's actually English, is 릴렉스. 릴렉스하다. 릴렉스하다. I hear this used a lot, and it's quite common in Korean that there are words that they borrowed words from English. They call them 외래어, borrowed words from other languages, not just English. And this is one of them. There are a number of them. And I find that usually they're borrowed when the Korean word either isn't quite adequate for that situation or sometimes just for fun. This one, I think it's because the English word relax sort of encompasses many different meanings with these other meanings, these other translations that we're going to talk about here. So I think that's why this one is used. 릴렉스하다. I think they mean it to say when you kick back and relax, you're on like a lounge chair, you're sipping an iced tea or something like that. To me, this is what this 릴렉스하다 means. Now, it should be mentioned that this word isn't in the dictionary. Maybe because it's English, and Koreans know that they're using an English word when they say it. I'm not exactly sure. If you're a native Korean, please tell us in the comments, or if you have some knowledge in this area that you can share. But I do hear it all the time in my daily life, interacting with Korean people, and in general, most Korean people know this word. So this is similar to 휴식하다, which will be our next one here. 휴식 is like to relax, as in to rest, to relax, kick back and relax. It's basically the same meaning. But this one is quite commonly used. The next word that could relate to relax is relax in the sense of, let's see, if my arm is really tense right now and you're trying to do something with my arm, you can say, okay, relax, relax, relax. That relax, in the sense of relax your muscles, is what this next word means. And that word is 이완하다. 이완하다. This word isn't very commonly used. I've only heard it when people are sort of explaining sort of muscular things. And I was told, and when doing my research before this episode, that it's almost always related to 근육. 근육 means muscle, and 근육을 이완하다. So this is to relax the muscle. The opposite of this word is 수축. 수축. So 수축 means to what is it? To do this, to contract, or to make smaller. And specifically here in a muscular sense. Another one is 힘 빼다. 힘 빼. 힘 빼. You'll hear that a lot if you are, having conversations with Korean people, or you're doing anything physical with them, actually. So I played basketball a lot in Korea with a lot of Korean people. So I heard a lot of these words. I also did a lot of yoga in Korea. So I heard this word as well. 힘 빼. 힘 빼. 빼. 빼다 is the verb for to take out. So if there's a card stuck in a box and you need me to take the card out of the box, and you would say 카드 빼. 빼. So it's this pulling out motion, this verb. And when combined with 힘, now 힘 doesn't directly translate into English, but it's very, very common, like 힘내세요, 힘내다, 힘이 세다. And in this sense, it means strength, but it's referred to, or it's when it's used in Korean, it means strength, as in like take the strength out of what you're doing right now. So back to this example, if I'm holding my arm really strongly right here and you want to move my arm, if you say 힘 빼, you're telling me take the strength, take the tension out of your muscles. So by doing so, I'll relax my muscle like that. So pull the strength out would be the literal translation, or take out the strength. So if you're up like this and someone says 힘 빼, then you're dropping the strength. You're taking out the strength. So that's that one. 힘 빼 is a very common one. It's a good one for, and I would say it's more common than 이원하다. 이원하다 is a little more scientific sounding, technical sounding. So the next one here is 긴장을 풀다. Okay, so we'll start with the verb. 풀다 is what you do to your shoelaces when they're tied in a knot and you need to untie them. That is 푸는 거. 풀다 is to unravel. But you also can 풀어, if I put it in an English sentence, you can 풀어 a math problem as well. So it's like breaking down, solving, resolving, maybe would be the most direct translation. 풀다. If you have a problem with a friend, you and your friend fought and you aren't talking for a while, and then later 풀었어, you could say that. Then you resolved it. You untied the knot. You relieved the tension, which is essentially the meaning, how it can relate to relax here as well. So 긴장, for those who don't know, is nervousness or anxiety in a noun form. You can say 긴장되다, 긴장하다. It's used commonly in a verb form as well. So 긴장을 풀다 is to literally relieve the stress or relieve the tension, relieve the anxiety, but could be translated as relax, right? So relax, everyone. We just got a couple more. The next one is rather interesting. 진정하다. 진정하다. So 진정해. Let's say that you're with a friend in the car and you get in a small car accident. Someone, a fender bender, like we say here in the US. You get bumped. Someone bumps the car from behind and the bumper is kind of smashed and there's some damage on your friend's car. Your friend gets out of the car and is just freaking out. Just, oh my God, what am I going to do? It's going to be so expensive. My insurance, what do I do? And they're just like all over the place freaking out. In that moment, you can say, 진정해, 진정해. And it's kind of like calm down, like relax. In English, I would say that, dude, relax. It's okay. We'll figure this out. It's just a fender bender. You're okay. So 진정하다. Here is another one for relax, and it's relax in the sense of emotionally relax. The ones that we talked about above are a little bit closer to physical relaxation. So relax your muscles, kick back and relax, pull the strength out. These are a little more physical. And 긴장을 풀다 is a little more emotional, but you can see 긴장 in people's posture and sometimes in their facial expressions, right? So if you 풀다 that, if you 풀어 that, then you are relaxed. 진정하다 is more in an emotional sense, in the way that they're thinking or acting or speaking, if they're kind of all over the place. 진정해. So the next one here is relax in the sense of rest. So let's say that you and I are friends. We've known each other for a long time, right? So it's important we have that kind of relationship. Relationships are very important in Korean. They set the context for how things are expressed. So we know each other. We've known each other for a while, and you're not feeling very well. Right? You kind of like, your eyes are kind of sagging. You maybe have some dark circles here. You're a little stuffy and you're kind of talking like this. And I say, oh, are you feeling okay? And you say, no, I mean, I'm a little sick. I'm feeling a little under the weather. And I say, oh yeah, just go home, relax. Just take some, what do we say? Take a load off, right? Put your feet up, go home, relax, rest. So in the sense of rest, this expression here can be used. So 쉬다 is the verb itself. 쉬다, 쉬. Notice the lip motion, important, because that's how you make the two vowel sounds in there, the double vowel. 쉬다. 쉬다 means to rest, quite directly. Rest as in the opposite of like stressful activity, right? And a word that is very commonly used with it is 푹. Hear that sound at the end. So 푹 쉬다. When conjugated, 푹 쉬어 or 푹 쉬어, they'll say. 푹 쉬어 or 푹 쉬세요, depending who you're talking to. So I wouldn't say that to you. That's why I mentioned that we were friends and we'd known each other for a while. Friend in Korean, the word friend, 친구, means person of the same age. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're close and really like each other a lot or something. So if you're quite a bit older than me or my superior, my teacher or something, I would say 푹 쉬세요, 쉬세요, 쉬세요. Right? And 푹, to me, 푹 means like when you put your hand into a pillow and then you take your hand out of the pillow, that 푹, that's what 푹 is to me, like that sinking into a soft surface. So instead of 푹, you could also put a couple other words on there which would make some useful expressions, like 편안하게, 편안하게, but the ha gets kind of skipped, so it's like age at the end. 편안하게, 편안하게, 편안하게 쉬세요, 편안하게 쉬어. And that's saying 편안하다 is comfortably, so, or 편안하게 is comfortably, 편안하다 is comfortable. So comfortably rest or relax. And another version of this is 편히. So there's this one sounds to me like something maybe older people would say. I don't necessarily use this one myself, but 편히 쉬세요, 편히 쉬어. Actually, that does sound kind of familiar. Like after a basketball game, and one of the guys would be like, 제레미, 가, 편히 쉬어. Maybe 편안하게 쉬어, 푹 쉬어. You worked really hard today. Relax. Go take a rest. So I hope you found this video helpful. I know that I didn't go into too much depth on some of these expressions. Please don't feel like you have to memorize all of them or use them all now. But you can come back to this video to reference, to if you want to check on one of them. Maybe you took note of one that will be useful to you in your immediate, in your daily life. Hopefully you found that some of these are helpful, and maybe they'll at least help you to understand what Korean people are saying to you when they use one of these. So if they say 힘 빼, what are they saying? If they say 진정해, what are they saying? Right? So hope you found it helpful. We'll be doing more of these videos in the future, so I'll see you in the next one. Take care, everyone. Happy Korean learning.
Hi everyone, I'm Jae-hui. Welcome back to KoreanClass101.com. From today, we will be teaching you very useful words and phrases about the upcoming Winter Olympics. And in this video, we'll start with how to read Pyeongchang like a native. Let's begin. Pyeongchang, Pyeongchang. Okay, the first one is Pyeongchang, Pyeongchang, which means Pyeongchang. Pyeongchang is the city which will have the 2018 Winter Olympic this week. So I heard that some people are saying Pyeongchang or Pyeongchang, but like the correct pronunciation is Pyeongchang. So you have to make sure to say a sound clearly in the second syllable, like Pyeongchang, Pyeongchang. That's the correct pronunciation for the city to have 2018 Winter Olympics. So in a sentence, you can say 평창 올림픽의 로고는 평창의 첫 자음, 피읍과 치읓으로 디자인되어 있습니다. The Pyeongchang Olympics logo was designed as Pyeongchang's first consonants in Korean, 피읍 and 치읓. So when you see the logo, you can see that kind of sign, which looks like Greek temples, like they have columns and everything. That might be true, but it also is from the consonant 피읍, which is for P sound, because Pyeongchang has that kind of consonant. And the other one looks like a star. For me, it looks like that is for the consonant 치읓, which is for ch sound, because Pyeongchang, the second syllable, has ch sound. So P, ch. That's what you can find in logo, because that is the first consonants of the word Pyeongchang. 동계 올림픽, Winter Olympics. Next we have 동계 올림픽, 동계 올림픽, Winter Olympics. So here we have the word 동계 that can be used when the event is kind of seasonal. Like there are two different types of Olympics. One is in summer and the other is in winter. So in that case, you have to use the word like 동계, which literally means winter season, or 하계, which literally means summer season, not using 겨울 or 여름, which means winter and summer in general. So that's why we call 동계 Olympic, which literally means winter season Olympic, not like 겨울 Olympic, although that means winter Olympics. In a sentence, we can say 2018년 동계 올림픽은 평창에서, 2020년 하계 올림픽은 도쿄에서 열립니다. The 2018 Winter Olympics will be held in Pyeongchang, and the 2020 Summer Olympics will be held in Tokyo. 강원도, Gangwon Province. Next we have 강원도, Gangwon Province. So Gangwon is the name of the province, and do is used to mean something like province in South Korean. So when you say the name of this province, make sure to say Gangwon-do, not like Gangwon-do. I can see some foreigners, they say G-A-N-G as gang, but in Korean, you have to say Gang with a strong A sound. So make sure to say Gangwon-do, Gangwon-do, not like Gangwon-do. When you look at the map, you can see the province on the northeast part of South Korea. Since there are a lot of high mountains, it also has a lot of coldest cities in South Korea. For example, Pyeongchang, the city to have Olympics, and Gangneung, Sokcho, and the other cities too. That's why you can easily find ski resorts of South Korea in that province. In a sentence, you can say, 강원도는 한국에서 가장 추운 도시들이 모여 있습니다. Gangwon Province has the coldest cities in Korea. 강릉, 강릉. Next we have 강릉, 강릉, 강릉. So the same thing, like if you want to pronounce it correctly, make sure to say 강 for the first syllable, not like gang. I can hear some people say 강릉 like in some different way, but when you see G-A-N-G, you have to say 강 in Korean. So 강릉 is the correct way to say the name of this city. And although it has the consonant 를, which is for L sound, when we say it, we change it to N sound. So it becomes 강릉, not 강릉. In a sentence, we can say 하키와 스케이트 경기는 강릉에서 열릴 예정입니다. Which means hockey and skating competitions will be held in 강릉. 알펜시아, Alpensia. Next we have Alpensia, Alpensia, Alpensia. So as you know, you can find a lot of ski resorts in Gangwon Province, and one of the big ski resorts is called Alpensia. The correct way to say is Alpensia, Alpensia. You can for sure say Alpensia or in different way, but if you want to sound like a native Korean, you can say Alpensia. So in a sentence, you can say 알펜시아는 알프스라는 의미의 독일어 단어 알펜과 아시아를 합쳐 만든 단어로 아시아의 알프스라는 의미입니다. Alpensia is a word made by combining a German word Alpen, which means Alps, and Asia, so it means the Alps of Asia. So Alpensia is of course in Gangwon Province, Gangwon-do, and it is also near the city Pyeongchang. Since it's a ski resort, it's going to hold a lot of skiing competitions. So if you're a big fan of ski, you can probably try to stay at the resort or around this resort so that you can enjoy all the competitions. Okay, so you just learned how to say Pyeongchang like a native speaker. If you find any Korean words not easy to pronounce, let us know in a comment. If you like this video, make sure to click the like or subscribe and visit our website koreanclass101.com. I'll see you in the next video. 다음 시간에 뵙겠습니다. 안녕히 계세요.
Welcome to Korean Culture Class by koreanclass101.com. Hi everyone, I'm your teacher, Kejin. Did you know that you could sound disrespectful by not using the right words when referring to people in Korean? In this video, you will learn different honorific titles and their meanings. I'll teach you how you can use them to refer to people so you can be more respectful. Honorific titles are used to show respect to people older than you, sometimes even by just a few months. They are also used to show respect to people of a higher status. Respect is an important aspect of the Korean culture, and it is expected from everyone, including you. Now, let's practice some common honorific titles together. We will learn how to use honorific titles after becoming familiar with them. Try pronouncing them after me. Let's start with how you address family or friends who are older than you. 오빠, 오빠, 오빠. If you're a woman or a girl, you will call an older male friend or sibling 오빠. This literally means older brother. Say, for instance, 정국 오빠. Jungkook is the name of one of the BTS members, a popular Korean boy band. Just say his name and add 오빠 after that. Or you can just say 오빠 only without a name in front. 형, 형, 형. If you're male and you are addressing an older male friend or sibling, you will say something different. In this case, you call them 형, which means older brother. Say, for example, 정국 형. Or you can just say 형 only without a name in front. 언니, 언니, 언니. What would you call an older female friend or sibling? If you are a woman, the correct title to use is 언니. This means older sister, and you can use it this way. For instance, 수지 언니. Suji is the name of a popular actress in Korea. Just say her name and add 언니 after that. Or you can just say 언니 only without a name in front. 누나, 누나, 누나. If you are a man, you will address your older sister or friends as 누나. It means older sister. Say, for example, 수지 누나. Or as with the previous examples, you can just say 누나 only without a name in front. 동생, 동생, 동생. A younger friend or sibling is called a 동생. This translates to younger sibling. Remember, this is a common noun that describes your relationship. We don't usually refer to younger sibling or friends only using 동생. Just call them by their name and describe your relation to them like this. 걔는 내 동료가 아니야. 그냥 아는 동생이야. It means she's not my coworker. She's just a younger friend I know. The term is used for both genders by either gender. 여동생, 여동생, 여동생. Whether you're a man or a woman, you can call a younger sister a 여동생. You often use this word for your sister, not your friend. Again, this is a noun and should only be used as such. For instance, you can say 내 동생 소개할게. 이름은 김수진이야. 수진아, 인사해. This translates to let me introduce my sister. Her name is 김수진. Hey Sujin, say hi. 남동생, 남동생, 남동생. The same goes for a younger male sibling. The word you would use is 남동생, and it means younger brother. Take a look at this example. 은재 어디 있어? Where's 은재? 아, 내 남동생? 지금 PC방에 있어. 아, my brother? He's at PC방. Again, the word is used by both genders. 선배, 선배, 선배. Koreans have a respectful title for senior students or member at a school, university, or organization. If you enter the school, university, or organization later than them, you should address them as 선배. This literally means senior, and the title is used for both genders. For example, if you are a freshman at a university and your friend is a senior, they are 선배 to you. Call 선배 with their name in front. For example, 태양 선배. You can just call them 선배 without their name too, or 선배님, which sounds even more polite. 후배, 후배, 후배. 후배 means junior and is used just like 선배. except it's to refer to someone who entered a school, university, or organization later than you. If your friend is a freshman at a university and you are a senior, your friend is 후배 to you. You don't usually call them 후배 though, just use their name if you are older than them. Now you know how to address your older and younger friends as a non-Korean. You also know the terms for older and younger siblings. Now let's move on to ways you will address people outside of your friend circle. 어머님, 어머님, 어머님. 어머님 is used to address your mother-in-law or a friend's mother. It literally means mother, but you don't use this word for your own mother in most cases. 아버님, 아버님, 아버님. On the other hand, 아버님 is a title you use to address your father-in-law or a friend's father. It literally means father, but you usually don't use this word for your own father. So you could say something like this. 아버님, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다, which in English means thanks for your kind words, father. 아주머니, 아주머니, 아주머니. Any middle-aged or older woman, typically between 40 and 60, you address as 아주머니. It literally means middle-aged woman or madam. While 아줌마, the casual version of the title, is commonly used in daily life, it could offend some women. If you're unsure whether you can address a lady like this, instead attract her attention by saying 죄송한데요, which means excuse me. 아저씨, 아저씨, 아저씨. 아저씨 is the masculine version of 아주머니, and it translates to Mr. or middle-aged man. Use this title to address any man between 40 and 60, such as in this sentence. 아저씨, 이거 얼마예요? It means, how much is this, mister? 이모, 이모, 이모. 이모 is another casual title to address a woman in her 40s to 60s, and it means aunt. It sounds friendlier than 아주머니 or 아줌마. Usually, we use this word for a middle-aged woman who is working for a casual restaurant. If you add 님 after 이모, as in 이모님, it sounds more polite. You can use it this way. 이모, 여기 소주 한 병 주세요. Or, 이모님, 여기 소주 한 병 주세요. This translates as, Aunt, please give me a bottle of soju. 아가씨, 아가씨, 아가씨. So, what would you call a young woman? You would address her as 아가씨, which means young lady or miss. Old people in Korea usually address a young lady who is not married yet as 아가씨, but young people don't use it. For instance, if a young lady offers her seat to an elderly person on the bus, the elderly person will say, 아가씨, 고마워요, which means, thank you, young lady. 할아버지, 할아버지, 할아버지. Any man older than 70, you would address as 할아버지, which means grandfather. You also use this word for your own grandfather. For example, you could say, 할아버지, 괜찮으세요? Which means, are you feeling okay, grandfather? 할머니, 할머니, 할머니. Any woman older than 70 should be addressed as 할머니, which means grandmother. Just as with the word for grandfather, you also use this word for your own grandmother. You could say, for example, 할머니, 새해 복 많이 받으세요, which means Happy New Year, grandmother. 씨, 씨, 씨. If you need to address another person respectfully, you should use this word. she is usually used in a business or work environment to address your business partners during conversations. It means Mr., Miss, Mrs. For example, you could say 소희 씨. 소희 is the name and she is the honorific title. You never use she only. Always use it with the name in front. Please note that you don't use this title to call someone of higher status than you. You use this word for someone who's at the same or lower status than you. 님, 님, 님. This is just a more polite and respectful synonym of 씨. Here's an example. 소연님, 안녕하세요. This translates to Mr. or Mrs. 소연, hello. 선생님, 선생님, 선생님. This title means teacher. For example, you can call me 케이진 선생님. And those are all the honorific titles you will learn today. So now that you know all these honorific titles, I'll show you how to use them. Before we continue, here's an interesting fact. A person's Korean age is different from the age people usually talk about. Check out the link to a Korean age calculator in the description below to find out your Korean age. Once you know someone's Korean age and their name, all you need to do is remember the appropriate honorific title and say it after their name to refer to them respectfully. For example, 철수 plus 형 makes 철수형. This translates to 철수 older brother, which Korean men used to address an older male sibling or older male friends. Next, 지민 오빠. 지민 plus 오빠 makes 지민 오빠. A Korean woman would use this to address an older male sibling or an older male friend. Here's one more example. 효린 언니. 효린 plus 언니 makes 효린 언니. Can you tell me what 효린 plus 언니 means if 효린 is the name? Come on, try it. 효린 언니. Which honorific title did I use? Write your answer in the comment section below. 현아 누나. 현아 plus 누나 makes 현아 누나. In general, don't use 여동생 or 남동생 for someone younger than you unless you are siblings. Use their names such as 지민아 or 혜지야. If you don't have their Korean name, there won't be any 아 or 야 after the name. So it will be only Jason, 테레사, 민탕, or 리하오. In Korea, when you meet someone for the first time, the conversation is often as follows. The speakers are 소연 and 소희. 소희 씨는 한국 나이로 몇 살이에요? This means, how old are you, 소연? 한국 나이로 25살이에요. This means, I'm 25 years old. 아, 난 올해 26살인데. This means, I see, I'm 26 years old. 아, 그렇군요. 앞으로 소희 언니라고 부를게요. This means, I see, I will call you 소희 언니 from now on. Now that you have an idea of how to start a conversation, you will feel a little more confidence when someone approaches you or if you want to become friends with a Korean. Alright, this is the end of our lesson. You now know how to show respect and be polite in Korean. One more thing before I let you go. If you are still confused about using honorific titles, don't worry, practice makes perfect. Just practice using them as best as you can, and I assure you, you'll be an expert before you know it. Do you have a question or comment? Let us know. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Thank you for watching. 다음에 또 봐요.
How to respond to how are you? Let's begin. 괜찮아요. I'm fine. 괜찮아요. I'm fine. For example, if someone asks you 어떻게 지내요? How are you? You can say 괜찮아요. 어떻게 지내요? I'm fine. How are you? Or 괜찮아요. 잘 지내요? I'm fine. You're doing well? 전 괜찮아요. I'm okay. 전 괜찮아요. I'm okay. So if you just say 괜찮아요, that means I'm okay, I'm fine. But if you say 전 괜찮아요, it means I am okay, but I'm not sure about the other person. So for example, if your friend know there was something bad happened to your family and asks you 어떻게 지내? Like how are you? Then if you say 난 괜찮아 or 전 괜찮아요, it means I'm okay, but I'm not sure about other family members. 졸려요. I'm sleepy. 졸려요. I'm sleepy. So you don't have to keep saying 괜찮아요 always. But sometimes when you feel sleepy, you can also say 졸려요. I'm sleepy. And I think it's better to give the reason why you feel sleepy. For example, 졸려요. 어제 늦게까지 공부를 했어요. Which means I'm sleepy because I studied until late last night. 잘 지내요. I'm great. 잘 지내요. I'm great. It literally means I'm spending my days well. So if someone says 잘 지내요, that means that the person is having great days. So let's say, you just passed the test that you prepared for years. And if someone asks you, 어떻게 지내요? How are you doing? You can say 잘 지내요. I'm great. 시험에 통과했거든요. I just passed the test. 기분이 별로예요. I'm feeling bad. 기분이 별로예요. I'm feeling bad. Like, it literally means I'm feeling so-so, nothing special. But in context, you can figure out if it really means I'm okay or if it means something like I feel bad. In Korean, when it's about negative feeling, it's not ideal to say something about negative directly. So people usually say, 기분이 별로예요. Like, I feel just so-so, like nothing special, nothing good, to mean I feel bad. 나쁘지 않아요. I'm not bad. 나쁘지 않아요. I'm not bad. So 나쁘다 means bad. So it literally means actually I'm not bad. I'm not feeling bad. It's not bad. So for example, you just worked hard, you studied hard, so you feel tired, but it's for making something good. So even though you feel tired, like it's not that much bad. In the case, you can say 나쁘지 않아요. 물어봐줘서 고마워요. Thank you for asking. 물어봐줘서 고마워요. Thank you for asking. It's kind of not common to say this phrase because people usually, just give the answer right away and then, ask you back how are you. 너는 and you. 너는 and you. So you can use that kind of the phrase for any situations that you want to say and you. For example, 뭐 먹을래? What do you want to have? 김치찌개, 김치 stew. And you, 너는? 요새 어떻게 지냈어요? How have you been recently? 요새 어떻게 지냈어요? How have you been recently? So 요새 means recently and 어떻게 지냈어요 means how are you? How have you been doing? So if you haven't seen someone for a long period of time, like for a month, you can say that 요새 어떻게 지냈어요? How have you been doing recently? 바쁘게 지내고 있어요. I've been busy. 바쁘게 지내고 있어요. I've been busy. But still, I'm really enjoying meeting you guys who really want to learn Korean, so I'm happy to doing it. So I can also say that 잘 지내고 있어요. I'm doing great. Must know expressions for agreeing and disagreeing. Let's begin. 그건 사실이야. That's true. 그건 사실이야. That's true. 네가 말하는 게 사실이야. What you're saying is true. You can say that 그거 사실이야. Is that true? 그런 것 같아요. I guess so. 그런 것 같아요. I guess so. If you're not 100% sure, but if you feel like that's correct, you can say that 그런 것 같아요. I guess so. 그런 것 같아요. I guess so. 그럼요. Absolutely. 그럼요. Absolutely. So if someone asks you like, 오늘 저녁에 같이 갈비 먹으러 갈까? Do you want to have some 갈비 tonight together? For sure, you can say that 그럼요. Meaning, I really want to do that. Like, absolutely. 어떻게 생각해요? What do you think? 어떻게 생각해요? What do you think? Yeah, that's the question when you want to ask if someone agree or disagree with you. So in that case, you can say 어떻게 생각해요? Or 어떻게 생각해? To mean what do you think? 나는 그게 좋다고 생각해. I think that's good. Or 나는 그거 별로라고 생각해. I don't think that's good. 아마도요. Maybe. 아마도요. Maybe. When you don't have enough information to say yes or no, you can be in the middle by saying 아마도요, maybe. 저는 그렇게 생각하지 않아요. I don't think so. 저는 그렇게 생각하지 않아요. I don't think so. This one has a strong message, so usually Korean people don't use that often. But like when you use this kind of expression, it's better to, put the reason why you think like that. So it's better to say, 저는 그렇게 생각하지 않아요. 왜냐하면, which means I don't think so because something something. 당연하죠. Of course. 당연하죠. Of course. So for example, if your senior asks you, 이 리포트 오늘 밤까지 마무리할 수 있겠어? Which means that, do you think you can finish this report by tonight? And you can say that 당연하죠. Of course. 저도 그 말을 하려고 했어요. I was just going to say that. So if your friend says that, 오늘 밤에 삼겹살 먹는 거 어때? Why don't we have 삼겹살 tonight? And then you can just say that 저도 그 말을 하려고 했어요. I was just going to say that. 저는 좀 생각이 달라요. I'm afraid I disagree. 저는 좀 생각이 달라요. I'm afraid I disagree. This is also an expression that has a strong message. It's better not to say that often, but if you think you really have to say that you don't agree with someone else's idea, like for example, during the business meeting, you can say that 저는 좀 생각이 달라요. I'm afraid I disagree. 확실해요. No doubt about it. 확실해요. No doubt about it. Here we have the word 확실, which means that, something 100% sure. For example, your senior can ask you, 이 리포트 정확해? Which means that thus this report has all the correct information. Then you can say that 확실해요. No doubt about it.
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
Actually, I haven't seen them yet, so I'm kind of excited to see what kind of words I'm going to see. Okay, the first word is 슬픈. 슬픈. It means sad. Like, you can say, 그 영화는 슬픈 영화다. Meaning like that movie is sad movie. And the next one would be 어려운, difficult. If you just start learning Korean, then you might say 한국어는, no, it's not good. I have to motivate people. I want to say that 한국어는 어려운 언어가 아닙니다, which means Korean is not difficult language. The next one will be I have to make a sample sentence with that. 못생긴, which means ugly. Well, actually, it's not easy to make a sentence with this word because it mostly have to be with someone. But I might say 못생긴 친구가 예뻐졌다, which means one of my ugly friends become beautiful. That happens a lot at my college. Like they have sometimes get some plastic surgery and they just become beautiful. So I might say 못생긴 친구가 예뻐졌다. Next one is 화난, which means angry. 화난. 오늘 아침에 화난 일이 있었다. Like 화난 일 is something like something making you angry. So that means like there was something make me angry this morning. Computer words. Now we have keyboard, which means keyboard. 저는 무선 키보드가 더 좋습니다, which means I like wireless keyboard more. Okay, and next we have notebook. Notebook doesn't mean like notebook, it's laptop computer. I can make a sentence something like 저는 노트북을 6개월에 한 번씩 바꿉니다, which means something like I change my laptop every 6 months. Yeah, that's kind of true. Okay, and now we have mouse, which means mouse for the computer, I think. Well, for the animal mouse, you can use this word 쥐. So don't call the animal mouse as mouse because that would be only for the computer mouse. 무선 마우스가 편리합니다, which means wireless mouse is convenient. And here, like 무선 means wireless because it literally means without lines. Next one, headphone. Like I say, it's almost the same as English words. Headphone means headphones. With that, I can make a sentence like 저는 헤드폰으로 음악을 듣습니다, which means I listen to music with headphones. And now we have, let me see, mic. Can you guess what it means? Yeah, you might think it's about a guy named Mike. You can call Mike as Mike C, Mr. Mike. Not Mr. Mike. But mic can be used for microphones. 저는 노래방에서 마이크로 노래를 불렀습니다. I'm singing a song with a microphone at the karaoke. Korean jobs. Let's see what kind of words we have today. Alright, now we have 간호사, which means nurse. 이 병원에는 예쁜 간호사가 많이 있습니다, which means at this hospital there are many beautiful nurses. Yep. Actually, in Korean there are not many male nurses, so if you just say 간호사, that means, for female. And if you want to say male nurse, you can say 남자 간호사. Okay, and the next one is 경찰관, police officers. That happens a lot, like when you just walk on the street in Korea and they just catch you and just, ask you to show them their ID cards because of the, they might consider you as someone from North Korea. No, that's not a good one. What kind of sentence I can make? 경찰관에게 잡혔습니다, which means I got caught by a police officer. When I was walking around the presidential office in South Korea, I had a big backpack and I think they thought that I just tried to, attack the president. So they just got me, just wanted to see the building. But they thought that I'm kind of suspicious guy. Now we have the word 농부, which means farmer. 서울에는 농부가 없습니다, which means in Seoul, there is no farmer. Gangnam was actually the place where you can find a lot of farmers, but now you can only find buildings and Psy. Okay, and the next one is 회사원, which means office worker. I can just simply say like, 저는 회사원입니다. Like, I'm an office worker for KoreanClass101.com. So that's true. The weather. First one is 바람이 부는, which means windy. So I can say 제주도에는 바람이 부는 날이 많다, which means in Jeju Island, there are many windy days. Okay, next we have 습한, meaning humid. With that word, I can say 한국 여름에는 습한 날이 많이 있습니다, which means in Korean summer, there are many humid days. So when you have a plan to go to Korea in summer, bring a lot of shirts because it's so humid, so you might have to change shirts several times a day. Now we have 화창한, sunny. 한국의 4월에는 화창한 날이 많이 있습니다, which means in April in Korea, there are many sunny days. So you can see, like I said, something 날, because 날 means day. So 화창한 날 means sunny day, and 흐린 날 means cloudy day. So you can just put 날 after these adverbs. Okay, next we have 흐린, meaning cloudy. So I can say 저는 흐린 날이 싫습니다, which means I don't like cloudy days. For some reason, it's just making me feel depressed. I think many people have the same feeling. So in this case, we can say 저는 흐린 날이 싫습니다. I don't like cloudy days. And next we have 더운, meaning hot. With the word, I can say 더운 날에 아이들은 시청에 갑니다. On hot days, kids go to the city hall. It's because in hot days, like in summer, the city hall run the water fountains for the kids so that they can just play around with that on the hot days. At the office. Okay, now we have 급여, meaning salary. I can say 변호사는 급여가 높습니다, meaning lawyers have high salary. Okay, now we have 사무실, meaning office. I can say 우리 사무실은 서울에 있습니다, meaning my office is in Seoul. This word 사무실 can be used only for the company's office, not teacher's office or other types of office. 사장, boss. Actually, literally means the leader of the company. So that can be like CEO or someone who is overseeing the company. 우리 사장님은 좋습니다, meaning my boss is very good. Hi, Peter. So when you use this word in Korean, when you address your boss, make sure you put the word 님 call your boss like 사장님, not 사장, because if you just call 사장 to your boss, then you might have no boss from the next day. Okay, next we have 상사, meaning superior. The first word of this word is 상, meaning up, like above. So 상사 is someone who is working above you. 제 상사는 성격이 안 좋습니다, meaning my superior is mean, which is not true, just let you know. Okay, now we have 초과 근무, overtime. 하루에 4번 정도 초과 근무를 합니다, meaning Korean people usually do overtime 4 times a week. And yeah, that's actually true. So when I just call my friends who are working for Korean companies, and they just say I'm still at the company, even though it's like until 10 p.m., 11 p.m.
Welcome to Fun and Easy Korean by KoreanClass101.com. Did you know that most of the school rules in Korea were too strict and were once too difficult to follow? 여러분 안녕하세요, 소피입니다. Hi everyone, I'm Sophie. In this lesson, you will learn the 6 most common rules about school in South Korea. Students in South Korea follow different rules when it comes to their hairstyle, the clothes they wear, even the person they date, and more. In this video, you will learn first 6 common school rules, then some more old rules. If you are planning to become a teacher or want to study in Korea, watching this video could be the best thing that will ever happen to you. Why? Because you will be able to learn how to blend in with other students, and you will know how to behave the right way when you are in school. The first rule is you don't go to school on Saturdays, but you are expected to do 야자. Students in South Korea used to go to school on Saturdays, but it stopped when the law changed in the year 2000. However, students are still required to attend 야자. 야자. It's an abbreviation for 야간 자율 학습. 야간 자율 학습, which means night self-learning. As the name implies, it's a self-study program held at the school and was mandatory in the past. Today, students are given the freedom to choose whether to do 야자 or not. You will be studying in a quiet classroom when you are on a 야자 time or night self-learning time. 야자 time. It's actually a huge help for students to plan their own study strategy or to do their 숙제 or homework. 숙제. Additionally, you can have your friend tutor you in the subject that you are not good at during 야자 time. Students who are in their last year of high school or middle school typically do a voluntary 야자. 야자. Now, let's do a quick practice on your pronunciation. 야자. Nice self-learning. 야자. 야자. 야자 시간. Nice self-learning time. 야자 시간. 야자 시간. 숙제. Homework. 숙제. 숙제. The next rule is take off your shoes when entering the school. Did you know that in South Korea, taking off your shoes is not only done in households? Students also take off their shoes in school. Once you enter the school building, you are required to take off your shoes and wear slipper, meaning slippers. 슬리퍼, or 실내화, meaning indoor shoes. 실내화. You can keep your shoes on 신발장, or the shoe cabinets found by the entrance of the school building. 신발장. This rule is imposed to make sure that the floor is clean at all times. If you have to wash your slipper or 실내화, at home, and you couldn't wear it, expect to lose some points for not following the school rule. The choice of the slipper or indoor shoe design or model varies depending on the school. So it's better for you to wait until the school announces which model and design you need to wear. To make sure that you are purchasing the right kind of indoor shoes, drop by the 문방구 or the stationery store, which is just outside the school. 문방구. Here is a vocabulary list you can practice pronouncing at home. 슬리퍼, slippers. 슬리퍼, 슬리퍼. 실내화, indoor shoes. 실내화, 실내화. 신발장, shoes cabinet. 신발장, 신발장. 문방구, stationery store. 문방구, 문방구. A synonym is 문방구점. 문방구점, 문방구점. Next is teachers and 선도부 will stand at the doorway to check your uniform. Every time you enter the school door, there will be about 5 to 6 students and a teacher who will check you out from head to toe. This is to make sure that you're wearing their uniform the right way. I know it can get a little uncomfortable for you, but that's the rule in Korean schools. The teacher who does this is 체육 선생님 or a physical education teacher. 체육 선생님. And called 학주. 학주. Short for 학생 주임. 학생 주임. On the other hand, the students who are assigned to this are either 반장, meaning class president, 반장, or 부반장, meaning class vice president, from the final year of school, 부반장. Since they are known as the top students and called 선도부, 선도부, or 바른생활부, meaning leading group literally, 바른생활부, which is similar to a student council. Other students highly respect them. These are the things the students and the teacher will check from you. That you are not wearing any accessory or accessories. accessory, including invisible plastic earrings. That you are not wearing any 화장 or makeup. 화장, including whitening sunscreen. That you are wearing a hairstyle that's in line with the school rules. That the length of your skirt is below your knees if you are a girl. However, not all schools follow the same rules, and others are even stricter, especially if you go to an only girls or boys school. Neglecting the school rules will cause you to lose points, and it can affect your final score at the end of the semester or year. If you do the following things, you will be more likely to lose points. If you wear earrings, piercings, bracelets, and so on, -5 points. If you are not wearing your name tag, -3 points. If you wear makeup, -5 points. And the list could go on. It's important that you know the things that can cause you to lose points so you can avoid it, although points differ depending on the school. It's always best to follow the rules. Some teachers will make their students run the 운동장 or schoolyard. 운동장. A certain number of times to punish students who do not do well during the final exams instead of make them lose points. Are you ready for some pronunciation practice? Let's try this. 선배, one senior in school. Senior. 선배, 선배. 체육 선생님. Physical education teacher. 체육 선생님. 체육 선생님. 액세서리. Accessories. 액세서리. 액세서리. Next is, your height matters when it comes to choosing a seat. The number of students in every class depends on which city you're from and ranges from 15 to 35 students. In order to have proper seating arrangements, students are allowed to sit anywhere. But your height must first be considered. Each student will be sitting in their height order, so those who are shorter will sit in the front, and taller students will sit in the last row. Korean classrooms also have a personal 출석 번호, meaning attendance number, throughout the year, and this is done by height order as well. 출석 번호. For example, if there are 35 students in your class and you're the shortest, then your number will be 1번, meaning number 1. 1번. And if you are the tallest, your personal number will be 35번, meaning number 35. 35번. You must remember your personal number because teachers call you by either your name or your personal number. For example, let's say you're in a 수학 교실 or math class. 수학 교실. And the teacher wrote down 2 mathematical equations to be solved by students. If today is 8월 15일, meaning August 15th, 8월 15일, will most likely go to the front and solve the questions? That's right, the 2 students whose person numbers are number 8 and 15. Also, the teacher may order students to do something, such as cleaning or other tasks, by 짝수, 짝수, or even numbers, and 홀수, or odd numbers as well, 홀수. Therefore, having your personal number is very important at school. You will also receive a different number every year, so make sure you keep that in mind. Here is a vocabulary list you will surely find useful in a Korean school. 수학, math. 수학. 교실, class. 교실. 8월 15일, August 15th. 8월 15일. 8월 15일. 짝수, even numbers. 짝수, 짝수. 홀수, odd numbers. 홀수, 홀수. Next is no dating your schoolmate. Schools in South Korea believe that dating in school will affect students' study. That's why they disallow students to date their schoolmates. For students attending only girls or boys' high school, this won't be a problem. But if you attend co-schools, you will need to be extra careful not to get caught. It's a serious issue if you date your schoolmate and could result in 징계, meaning disciplinary punishment, 징계, or 퇴학, meaning expelled from school, 퇴학. 81% of middle and high schools don't allow students to date anyone in South Korea. Unfortunately, dating in school is perceived as unethical behavior. Schools even reward students who report other students dating their schoolmates secretly. Another big issue that came out in 2011 was when a school surveyed the students to report same-sex dating. Here are more terms used in Korean schools. 학교, school. 학교, 학교. 연애, dating. 연애, 연애. 징계, disciplinary punishment. 징계, 징계. 퇴학, expelled from school. 퇴학, 퇴학. Next is, you need permission to go to the bathroom and must take your own sanitary products. You need to ask permission from a 선생님 or teacher. 선생님. If you want to go to the 화장실 or bathroom. 화장실. You will have to raise your hand to let the teacher know and ask whether you can go to the bathroom. Unless you're in the middle of an exam, most of the time the teachers will let you go to the bathroom. You can ask your teacher this way. 선생님, 화장실 가도 돼요? Which means, Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? 선생님, 화장실 가도 돼요? South Korean schools do not have 휴지 or toilet paper. 휴지. So make sure you bring your own sanitary essentials. If you ever forgot to bring toilet paper, try looking in your classroom since Koreans also use toilet paper for wiping the dirt of the desk, or for blowing their nose, or for other purposes. Here is some vocabulary you will find useful when going to the bathroom. 화장실, bathroom. 화장실, 화장실. 선생님, teacher. 선생님, 선생님. 휴지, tissue. 휴지, 휴지. A synonym is 두루마리 휴지, meaning toilet paper. 두루마리 휴지, 두루마리 휴지. Next is bonus rules, an old rule and additional rules. Did you know that Korean students are used to bowing their heads to a teacher every class? It's no longer allowed today though. Students were also expected to sit and prepare a textbook and a notebook on their desks before class. South Korean students have their own classroom for themselves, and the teachers are the ones who move around. As you can see, it's very different from other countries. Back in the day, when a teacher arrived to a classroom, 반장 or class president, 반장, would stand and say 차렷, meaning attention, loudly so everyone could hear. 차렷. Then the class president will either say 인사, meaning greet, 인사, or 경례, meaning salute, 경례, 경례. Then everyone had to say 선생님 안녕하십니까, meaning hello teacher before the class. 선생님 안녕하십니까, and 선생님 안녕히 가십시오, goodbye teacher after the class. 선생님 안녕히 가십시오. This has been banned recently because people believe that this was too conservative and it doesn't help a teacher and the students establish a good relationship. Another rule South Korean schools follow is not allowing students to alter the length of their skirts or the width of their pants. 치마 길이, or the length of skirt, has to cover half the knee. 치마 길이. If it's shorter than this, you will get in trouble. However, this really depends on the school. These days, students can alter their school uniforms to suit their body shape. You must also wear what the school tells you to. In South Korea, there are 3 ways to wear your school uniforms. The default school uniforms are 동복, 동복, or winter uniform, and 하복, summer uniform, 하복. In between, there is 춘추복, or spring-autumn uniform, 춘추복. Normally, each uniform has its set duration, so even though the weather becomes extremely hot, if you're in the period of wearing 동복 or winter uniform, you have to wear the winter uniform, 동복. One more rule students follow in South Korea is regarding the students' hairstyle. The school will decide which hairstyle to do. However, nowadays, students are allowed to do many different hairstyles. Girls can dye their hair, curl their hair, and untie their hair. Compare this to the old times when every girl had to have short hair, which must not grow longer than 3 cm below their ears. Boys, on the other hand, can now grow their hair longer than they could a few decades ago, when every boy had to shave their hair completely. This rule also depends on which school you go to. Some conservative schools still follow the traditional way of hairstyle. 두발 자유화 is something that Korean students are fighting for because they believe that free hairstyle allows them to express themselves. This has been an ongoing debate today. 두발 자유화. Some schools still follow the traditional ways of disciplining students, which can be a problem for some students. Although the majority of Koreans have naturally black hair, there are some exceptions. There are people with naturally brunette and even light brown, almost blonde hair. Others have naturally curly hair. I know what you are thinking. It's sad that these students will have to abide by the rule by straightening their hair or dyeing it black, although they were born this way. Here are some interesting vocabulary words you can practice. 반장, class president. 반장, 반장. 선생님, 안녕하십니까? Hello, teacher. 선생님, 안녕하십니까? 선생님, 안녕하십니까? 선생님, 안녕히 가십시오. Goodbye, teacher. 선생님, 안녕히 가십시오. 선생님, 안녕히 가십시오. 치마 길이, the length of skirt. 치마 길이, 치마 길이. 동복, winter uniform. 동복, 동복. 하복, summer uniform. 하복, 하복. 춘추복, spring autumn uniform. 춘추복, 춘추복. 두발 자유화, liberalization of the hair code. 두발 자유화, 두발 자유화. Next is, nevertheless, we are getting better. As the years pass by, some rules were changed. Students don't go to school on Saturdays anymore since 2000. 야자, on the other hand, used to be mandatory for everyone in middle and high school. But now, students can decide whether they want to attend it or not. 야자. Students' hairstyles were limited too, and students with brunette hair had to dye it black, just because it was school rule. But this doesn't apply to schools anymore. There's no longer corporal punishment today as well. Do you think it's a good thing that they changed the rules? I'd love to know what you think about this. In this lesson, you learn the different school rules in Korea. Although some are understandable, some are just a little too hard for most students. However, you also learned that most of these rules have been changed and are no longer followed today. If you just got enrolled in a Korean school, you are one of the lucky ones who no longer has to follow the strict rules of the past. That's it for today. See you next time. 다음에 또 봐요.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.